Chapter 1654. Fight both sides. Minister Yu wished he could commit suicide on the spot. Finally, he looked at the 9 Moons Heavenly King and made a decision. There were people from the 7 Emperors Heavenly King here, so he should be fine if he scolded the 9 Moons Heavenly King. If he didn't, he might not be able to leave here today. How dare you! Sensing Minister Yu's gaze, the 9 Moons Heavenly King was furious. He was a member of the Xianyuan family, and someone dared to scold him? You're worse than a fucking dog. However, Minister Yu cursed the moment the 9 Moons Heavenly King finished his sentence. You're worse than a fucking dog. In the silent land, only Minister Yu's voice could be heard. Anger. Xianyuan 9 Moons was furious. He really dared to scold him. Was he a pushover compared to Lin Ling? Good, good, good. Go to hell. The 9 Moons Heavenly King's killing intent surged as he punched the air. Senior brother Lin Ling, save me. Minister Yu seemed to know that this would happen. He looked at Lin Ling and said, I've already scolded you. Lin Ling, you should help me now. Unfortunately, it was wishful thinking. When he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he tried to persuade others to do it. When others tried to kill him, he wanted Lin Ling to save him. Did he think Lin Ling was a fool? You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. You can't afford to play with fire. Lin Ling said indifferently. Minister Yu wanted to kill him with the help of others. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to play with the power that didn't belong to him. Now, he was facing retribution. No. Minister Yu roared before he was blasted into smithereens, leaving nothing behind. Perhaps it was only right before he died that he realized that among the strong, the one he should flatter the most was Lin Ling, because only by flattering Lin Ling would he be able to survive. Serves you right. Hee, I didn't expect Minister Yu to be more afraid of Lin Ling than the 9 Moons Heavenly King. Lin Ling is also a ruthless character. The surrounding people laughed. They didn't sympathize with Minister Yu. After all, that guy's ugly actions were obvious to all. Lin Ling, where is my second brother? After the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch killed Minister Yu, he glared at Lin Ling. His feminine face was filled with malevolence. How would I know which dog your big brother is? Maybe he's dead. Lin Ling smiled and said lazily. Haha. Baiyun Tiandi was the first to laugh. Only Lin Ling had the guts to call Xianyuan Zhouxing a dog in front of everyone. But in truth, Lin Ling really didn't know where Xianyuan Zhouxing had gone. In the past, Xianyuan Zhouxing had chased after him, but he had suddenly disappeared. Even now, he was still puzzled. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. I'll tell you something else. Someone told me that you were the last person to see my second brother. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor said again. Hee, I was the last person to see him. Do I have to know his whereabouts? I'm not your father or mother. I don't have the right to control where your second brother went to behave atrociously. Moreover, are you still young? You came to ask me when your second brother went missing? You should go back and ask your father and mother. Lin Ling smiled again. His words were sharp, causing a large number of people to laugh. This Lin Ling was really vicious. The 9 Moons Heavenly Thearcha's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant after the people from the 7 Emperors' Heavens came. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he had to be wary of the people from the 7 Emperors' Heavens. You have guts. Today, you're just borrowing the support of those seniors. The 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch said coldly. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked towards the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch, causing many people to be puzzled. What was Lin Ling doing? The 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch also frowned, curious about Lin Ling's actions. Finally, Lin Ling arrived in front of the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch and stared at him. Then, he slowly raised his hand and viciously slapped him. Who the fuck do you think you are? Slap. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, causing the ground to fall into a deathly silence. No one expected Lin Ling to actually walk over and slap the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch's face. Even the powerhouses of the three great myths narrowed their eyes. In this situation, shouldn't Lin Ling be more low-key? This was because if it weren't for the people from the Seven Emperors' Heavens, the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch would have killed Lin Ling. However, who knew that Lin Ling would take the initiative to stir up trouble, provoking the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch to make a move? You slapped my face? Slap. The Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch stroked his handsome face in disbelief. That's right, and it's on both sides. Slap. Lin Ling nodded and waved his right hand again. A crisp sound of a slap rang out from the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch's other cheek. Another slap. This slap clearly told the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch that this was not a dream, and that he had really slapped him. One had to know that to Lin Ling, the nine spirits of heaven had almost died, and the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch had come to kill him. Therefore, regardless of whether the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch would let him go, Lin Ling had never thought of letting him go. If the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch wanted to kill him, Lin Ling would come and kill him. If he failed, would he treat it as if nothing had happened? That was impossible. He, the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch, thought that the powerhouses had arrived, and Lin Ling had luckily escaped. He had no idea that the one who had escaped was the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch. This Lin Ling has eaten the guts of a leopard, and now he can move unhindered among the Heavenly Thearchs. What else do you have to say? Shouted the immortal ancient celestial Thearch from the Yungu celestial Thearch's side. It's time to seal the world, and this Lin Ling is so arrogant. He's affecting the unity of the three myths of the human world. In my opinion, we should kill him, otherwise, we'll be disappointed. Said a strong cultivator from Champion University. Then, he stared at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you've committed a crime. Understood. The three myths of the human world, the Seven Emperors' world, the Yungu Celestial Thearch, and Champion University, even though they weren't on the same side, they had the same goal, to protect the human world. Therefore, those who dared cause trouble would be punished by the three myths. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. Because where there were people, there would definitely be fighting, and this was unavoidable. Even senior brothers of the same sect couldn't avoid killing each other. However, those were all resolved in private. Whereas in public, everything had to be done for the sake of the overall situation. The Zhonghong Heaven Emperor smiled wryly. He found it difficult to explain. The time and space celestial Thearch didn't care too much. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't stupid. Even though he was arrogant, he was strong. If he dared do that, he had to have a solution. Affecting the unity of the three myths of the human world? Are you bullshitting? Yes. As expected, Lin Ling was extremely confident. He smiled coldly and said, everybody saw that the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch killed Minister Yu, a fellow disciple of the Seven Emperors' world. He was the one who affected the unity of the three myths of the human world. As a fellow disciple, how could I not do anything? Sorry, I can't do that. Yes. Boom. The crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling was really cunning. Lin Ling had killed Minister Yu, but he was blaming the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch. He was using that as an excuse to attack the Nine Moons Heavenly Thearch. Chapter 1655. Silver-ranked Nine Moons Celestial Emperor, do you have a pair of dog eyes? Our Seven Emperors' Heavens matters can be solved behind closed doors. When is it Nine Moons Celestial Emperor's turn to interfere? He killed our people, this is a fact that cannot be changed. Therefore, it was he who affected our unity first. If there is someone to blame, it should be him. Lin Ling laughed coldly. His tone made Immortal Ancient Celestial Emperor's eyes narrow. Lin Ling's tongue was like a lotus flower, even more so cursing him for having a pair of dog eyes. Correct, our 7 emperors' heaven's matters can be solved by ourselves. What right does 9 Moons' celestial emperor have to interfere? Could it be that it is just because he cursed? This 9 Moons' celestial emperor doesn't place the 7 emperors' heaven in his eyes, killing after cursing, boundlessly arrogant. Unhindered celestial emperor also spoke, leaving everyone speechless. Moreover, this matter cannot be settled like this. Lin Ling continued, his words making everyone gasp. Lin Ling still wasn't willing to give up. Then what do you want? Immortal ancient celestial emperor frowned. Fight, I will fight a life and death battle with him. No one can blame anyone for dying. Lin Ling said straightforwardly. Hong. These words made everyone's minds explode again. They thought that Lin Ling was borrowing the 7 emperors' heaven's support, and that was why Lin Ling was so arrogant. However, who knew that Lin Ling didn't need the 7 emperors' heaven's support at all? He took the initiative to fight. Fine, I agree. Yes. 9 Moons' celestial emperor looked forward to this. Then just get out here. Yes. Lin Ling floated towards the sky. The reason why he was so determined to fight, apart from the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, was even more because of the 9 spirits of heaven. A word of brother, 2 ribs full of blades. These 2 reasons made Lin Ling have to kill Xianyuan 9 Moons. His brother was being humiliated, so how could he retreat? This Lin Ling really is righteous. Yes. Many people also sensed Lin Ling's intention to fight, and couldn't help but secretly admire him. Lin Ling, for his brother, 2 ribs full of blades, magnanimous. If they had such a brother, they wouldn't let him go. Big brother. On the ground, the 9 spirits of heaven opened their eyes. Their eyes were moist. Don't worry, those who provoke Big Brother never have a good ending. Little Flame clenched his fists, feeling emotional. That was their Big Brother, forever holding up the sky. However, the 9 Moons Sky Emperor is not weak. Among the silver-level Sky Emperors, he is ranked 3rd. Can Lin Ling defeat him? Bai Yun Tiandi said worriedly. Lin Ling's potential was very strong, but the time he had spent as a heavenly emperor was too short. He could not compare to the 9 Moons heavenly emperor. Hearing this, the 2 9 spirits of heaven fell silent. Obviously, they were not very confident, especially the 9 spirits of heaven. As one of the descendants of God, he naturally knew the strength of the Xianyuan family. The Xianyuan family had a long history, existing since the beginning of the world. According to legend, it had once declined, and the reason for its decline was the erasure of experts. If not for that, the Xianyuan family would be even more glorious and powerful now. But even so, the current Xianyuan family had regained its former strength. In the human realm's highest deacon palace, the Xianyuan family's prestige was not low. The crowd was also looking forward to the battle. Lin Ling was a 6th stage saint, and the 9 Moons heavenly emperor was a 9th stage saint. How could Lin Ling win? In terms of talent, the 9 Moons heavenly emperor is a 10th stage earth realm. He is only 1 step away from reaching the heaven realm. Wow! So powerful? Wow! Most importantly, his martial arts are truly terrifying. He has reached the large success stage, and the semi-divine weapon in his hand is also not to be underestimated. Wow! Many people were discussing spiritedly. It could be said that the 9 Moons heavenly emperor was an invincible existence among the silver-ranked heavenly emperors. There were only 2 people above him. One was the 9 vicious blade, the other was the 1-step swordsman. The difference between these 2 and the 9 Moons heavenly emperor was that they had cultivated for a long time, and could be considered as experts who had cultivated for 100 years. Moreover, these 2 were about to become gold-ranked heavenly emperors. Therefore, in terms of age and cultivation time, they were obviously not of the same generation, and could not be compared to the 9 Moons heavenly emperor. Moreover, many people had a feeling that the 9 Moons heavenly emperor's strength was actually more powerful than the rumors said. But to what extent, no one knew. The 3 great legends of the human realm, experts are as common as clouds. Those who can enter that place are all peak existences of the human realm, and in the future, they will become giants of the human realm. However, the highest deacon palace of the human realm cares more about the younger generation of heavenly emperors, and the 9 moons heavenly emperor is one of them. An expert from the ancient rhyme immortal platform indifferently said, extremely confident in the 9 moons heavenly emperor. My brother won't lose. If he wins, I want Lin Ling to personally tell me the whereabouts of my second brother. At this time, a faintly discernible voice drifted over. It was actually Xianyuan Jiutian. This person was even older, about 40 years old, but his strength had already reached the diamond rank. The crowd stared at Xianyuan Jiutian, their hearts trembling. This was another emperor-level character. None of the people who appeared here today were simple. Let's talk about it after your brother wins. Haha. On the side of the 7 emperors, the unhindered heavenly emperor indifferently said. Naturally, he could not show any weakness. Xianyuan Jiutian smiled and did not say anything. Facts would prove everything. As for the unhindered heavenly emperor and the other experts, they were somewhat worried. In fact, they themselves did not think that Lin Ling could win. He definitely won't win. Haha. In the distance, Princess Wuxia secretly clenched her fists. She completely did not expect Lin Ling to challenge her. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was also unrivaled in the silver-ranked battlefield. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the 9 moons heavenly emperor also floated up into the sky. He touched his cheek, and his feminine face had a hint of ferocity. In fact, he did not think that Lin Ling could win at all. If it were not for someone stopping the previous confrontation, he would have already obliterated Lin Ling. The consequences of hitting me are very serious. The consequences of challenging me are even more serious. You should know that if it were not for someone stopping you, you would have already died. A soft voice drifted out. The 9 moons heavenly emperor had his hands behind his back, looking down on the world with an imposing manner. Is that so? Then use your strength to prove to me that if no one stopped you, I will not die. On the other side, Lin Ling's mood had calmed down. His blue robe and long hair fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He was calm and collected, like the calm before the storm, like an emperor master who had experienced thousands of reincarnations. After the cultivation in the Devil Cloud Cave, he also wanted to know where his limits were, and his opponent was a good whetstone to prove himself. Lin Ling's aura is so calm. Wow! Many people found that Lin Ling was completely different from before. If the Lin Ling before was showing off his ability, then the current Lin Ling was like the clouds in the sky, hard to figure out. This child is a rare martial arts genius. Wow! An ancient powerhouse said. Lin Ling seemed frivolous, but he was not arrogant. In the face of a real battle with the 9 moons heavenly emperor, he was not arrogant. This kind of temperament was very good. Lin Ling is actually not weak. Think about it, he defeated several heavenly emperors before, and his methods were clean and efficient. Without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to do this. Another powerhouse said, making many people nod, acknowledging Lin Ling's strength. It could be said that Lin Ling was actually a dark horse among the heavenly emperors, a dark and dazzling horse. In that case, this battle will be somewhat exciting. Wow! Chapter 1656. Invincible in water and fire, the 9 yin 9 yang body. Then, do you still dare to say that now? The 9 moons heavenly emperor smiled faintly. At this moment, he had also calmed down. He held the flute with both hands and gently blew it. An incomparably terrifying aura soared into the sky, enveloping all directions. Outside the 9 moons heavenly emperor's body, specks of crystal light floated out. They were like gems and diamonds, sparkling and pure, extremely condensed. In the end, it formed two great worlds, fire and ice, yin and yang. The 9 yin 9 yang body was finally revealed. Moreover, its aura was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. It had actually surpassed the earth realm and stepped into the terrifying heaven realm. The 9 yin 9 yang body's final destination is the divine body. Under the world of yin and yang, an ancient voice also floated out. At this moment, the 9 moons heavenly emperor seemed to be the ruler of this world. Once the heaven realm immortal body appeared, who could compete with him? The sound of the flute also filled the world of 9 yin 9 yang. On the ground, above the sky, a strange change suddenly occurred. On one side, the clouds and mountains were burned and gradually melted, while on the other side, the mountains and clouds were frozen. Even the clouds could not escape this calamity. On the ground below, many silver-rank heavenly emperor powerhouses had the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship. When encountering a heaven realm immortal body, those with immortal bodies that were too far apart could only kneel and worship. They had no chance of resisting. He actually hid his talent. How terrifying. His strength is probably able to enter the ranks of gold-rank heavenly emperors. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The Xianyuan family, the descendant of God, was indeed powerful. It gave them an extremely shocking feeling that exceeded their imagination. Lin Ling, I'm afraid that there's trouble. The white cloud heavenly emperor frowned. She had a feeling that even if she were to challenge the 9 moons heavenly emperor, she might not be his match. This was because the 9 moons heavenly emperor was hiding his talent, which was different from the rumors. First grade heaven ranked talent? The 9 moons heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the 9 moons heavenly emperor to have hidden his strength so deeply. Moreover, the 9 yin and 9 yang physique was the ultimate divine physique. This Xianyuan family was truly blessed by the heavens. No wonder the rumors said that this family dared to fight the mysterious realm lord. It seemed like these supreme deacons from the mortal world weren't easy to deal with. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. The worry in his eyes deepened. He didn't think that Lin Ling could win. Therefore, at this critical moment, he had to save Lin Ling even if he had to lose face. Lin Ling, go to hell. Over at the Yungu Immortal platform, a large number of people were also cheering. Lin Ling wouldn't be able to win. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was calm. The terrifying pressure of heaven and earth in front of him let him know that the 9 moons heavenly emperor was very difficult to deal with. Among the silver heavenly emperors, he was definitely at the peak of strength. If the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the past fought with him, the 4 of them together would not be his opponent. Now, you still dare to say that if no one stops you, you can still live? Heat and cold, 2 different temperatures rushed towards Lin Ling. The 9 moons heavenly emperor's aura rose steadily, as if there was no end to it. He was using his talent to suppress Lin Ling. I've said it before. Use your strength to prove yourself, not your mouth. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and a sharp aura bloomed from them. After he spoke, the void around him shattered like glass, and the rumbling continued. The ancient god emperor descended. He had bronze skin and a majestic body. At this moment, he was like an indomitable giant who wanted to conquer the world. The aura of an emperor pervaded the air. This was the first time Lin Ling had displayed it to the fullest, shocking the world. This emperor is here. Everyone heard this sentence. It was the voice of the ancient sovereign god, as if he was resisting the pressure of the 9 moons heavenly emperor. Earth rank 10th grade. At this moment, many people finally understood why Lin Ling had easily killed Emperor Peerless. It was because Lin Ling's talent was not weak at all. He was only 1 rank lower than the 9 moons heavenly emperor. What a terrifying pressure. I actually have a feeling of worship. The powerful aura continued to bloom. Some people with weaker talent than Lin Ling found it difficult to breathe at this moment. Earth rank 10th grade. The 9 moons heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes. He finally knew where Lin Ling's confidence came from. However, he had some doubts in his heart. According to convention, when an Earth rank 10th grade talent met his heaven rank, they would also have to kneel down and lose the ability to fight. However, Lin Ling did not. Perhaps the advantage of Lin Ling's talent was defense. That was why he was barely able to resist his pressure. Your talent is weaker than mine. Your realm is lower than mine. Your martial arts are worse than mine. Unfortunately, you are not my match. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor said coldly. The ancient flute in his hands bloomed with an ancient melody, blowing the 9 yin and 9 yang, forming a large area of ice and fire that surged towards Lin Ling. When the ice and fire combined, it actually continued to explode the space, causing the entire sky to look like boiling water. A powerful aura rushed over, causing Lin Ling's pupils to flicker. Without a sword, he could only use his fists. He ruthlessly punched out with both fists. Scorching flames surged out. Under the sky in front of him, the Fire Dragon King roared, forming an origin power that swept through the world. Lin Ling's fire martial arts have reached perfection. Seeing Lin Ling once again release his fire martial arts, many people were secretly surprised. A mere spark dares to be arrogant? Under my 9 yin 9 yang 9 yang 9 yin 9 yang 9 fire origin energy will be devoured. However, a disdainful voice sounded from the distance. A terrifying thing happened. Those fire dragon kings that roared towards the sky and burned everything were immediately devoured after entering the world of 9 yin 9 yang. Even if they weren't devoured, they were still frozen into ice dragons. Fire and water were invincible. This was the terror of the 9 yin and 9 yang. Initial success stage of the St. Mark martial arts? The unhindered Heavenly Emperor stared ahead and said. Although he was only at the small success stage, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's cultivation realm and talent were even higher. Therefore, the power that came with a wave of his hand was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He was invincible in fire and water. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome talent. In other words, against the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, his fire attribute martial arts were all useless. He could only rely on his godly demon overlord physique. Spatial storm. Lin Ling ruthlessly punched out. The void was like a pillar of light that froze. In the next moment, it shattered with a rumbling sound, forming a ravine that rushed towards the 9 yin 9 yang world ahead. This punch was undoubtedly brilliant because everyone thought that Lin Ling had no strength to fight back. Who knew that he seemed to be resisting the 9 yin 9 yang world? However, after the pillar of light shot out, the ice and fire world ahead paused slightly. It actually burned the void and froze the void. What a terrifying power! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was indeed an invincible existence among the Silver Heavenly Emperors. Spatial distortion. In front of him, the incomparable ice and fire world rolled over again like the might of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's figure flickered as he shuttled through the void, faintly discernible. Do you think you can escape? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor sneered. Facing him, Lin Ling could only flee like a mouse. This also showed that if someone hadn't stopped him, Lin Ling would have died in his hands. Chapter 1657. Killer Move, Blade of Nirvana. Moon Shade. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was a little surprised by Lin Ling's battle awareness. He let out a low roar and pointed the ancient flute in his hand. Icy mist filled the air and froze the shattered void. Boom! The two powerhouses collided, and the sky exploded. A terrifying force swept across the world, and then the two figures retreated. Your physical strength is not bad. If it weren't for my heaven-tier talent, your physical strength would have been enough to break through the ordinary origin energy. What a pity, what a pity. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's voice floated out. However, it was just a small test. I think so too. On the other side, Lin Ling waved his frozen arm and looked up. Such a terrifying collision, and it was just a test. Don't these two have a limit? The crowd's hearts exploded. They thought it was a battle of the pinnacle, but it was just a test. These two were indeed the strongest among the Silver Heavenly Emperors. The battle between the first and second place. Your physical strength is very strong, but unfortunately, my 9 force specializes in breaking through physical strength. It can transmit power to the void Een. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's voice floated out again. Void Een? In the 7 Emperors world, the space-time Heavenly Emperor's face changed dramatically. He was also proficient in space origin energy, so he naturally knew what void Een was. One had to know that in the void, the power was extremely mixed, and Een Chi was one of them. If a martial artist could transmit power to the void Een, it meant that any physical strength would be ineffective. At least in this world, no one could attack him, and all attacks would be transmitted to the depths of the void. The 9 Yang body is really abnormal. The space-time Heavenly Emperor muttered to himself. Unafraid of water and fire, unafraid of physical strength, what other power could break through? 9 Moons Sun. After the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor finished speaking, he took a step forward and turned into a wisp of green smoke, attacking Lin Ling. This time, he chose to attack in close range, and the surrounding world was still the 9 Yang world. From a certain perspective, he had frozen Lin Ling's space. Rumble. He pointed his flute, and a 1,000-mile-long pillar of fire shot towards Lin Ling. It was terrifying. Unafraid of fire and water, unafraid of the physical body. Is there really such a heaven-defying existence? At this moment, Lin Ling was twisting space to avoid the destructive flame energy. He was deep in thought. That was impossible. Although heaven and earth had a way of countering each other, there was no such thing as an invincible domain. The reason why he was invincible was only relatively speaking. If his god-devil overlord body reached the 7th stage, he could still injure Jiu Tiandi. This was because his tyrannical physical strength could hit Jiu Tiandi when Jiu Tiandi transmitted his power. Unfortunately, the current Lin Ling was only at the 6th level. Apart from physical strength, water and fire, I wonder if they are afraid of soul power. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. He twisted the space again and appeared on the other side. Looks like you can only run. Jiu Tiandi's voice rang out. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. Lin Ling is very strong, but he is obviously not a match for Jiu Tiandi. In this battle, Jiu Tiandi has used a powerful trump card that is even stronger than the rumors. Lin Ling can't win. Many people were watching the battle and knew that Lin Ling could only lose in the end. Yin-Yang fusion. Jiu Tiandi's body became ethereal. The ancient flute in his hand exploded with the power of ice and fire. It turned into millions of fire and ice pillars that attacked Lin Ling. Can you escape? Clearly, he had used his true strength and wanted Lin Ling to have nowhere to run. You said before that if no one stops you, you won't die. Do you still dare to say it now? Where is my second brother? Before you die, you have to tell me. The entire world was filled with Jiu Tiandi's voice. It was mighty and had an unparalleled majesty. In terms of realm, you are weaker than me. In terms of talent, you are even less than me. Your advantage is simply useless against me. Jiu Yang bloomed to the limit. The entire sky was sealed. The origin energy was extremely turbulent. It had actually reached the large success stage. With this kind of realm coupled with a terrifying heaven-grade talent, who in the mortal world would dare to underestimate Jiu Tiandi? Boundless Fire Dragon King. However, Lin Ling did not show any signs of panic. His face was still calm as he continued to attack with both hands. A large world of Fire Dragon Kings formed in front of him. This was also the large success stage of a Saint Rune martial art. However, when the Fire Dragon Kings wrapped around the pillars of ice and fire, the result was the same as before. This made many people shake their heads. Lin Ling's martial art was also very powerful and had reached the large success stage. However, the gap between talent and cultivation could not be filled. Blade of Nirvana. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling let out a low roar. Whoosh! The void seemed to be cut open. The hearts of all the warriors on the ground roared as if their souls were being attacked. The ancient powerhouses' faces changed drastically. Soul Force. Lin Ling had actually hidden his final trump card, Soul Force. The void was like the sea that was being cut open. From within, a sharp knife shot out. Its momentum was like thunder, shocking the world. Lin Ling had finally used his trump card. After defeating Jiao Yu Tiandi, Lin Ling would be invincible among the silver-level heavenly emperors. Therefore, he would use his full strength. All the pillars of ice and fire were ineffective. A fatal sense of crisis rushed over, causing Jiao Yu Tiandi's face to change drastically. Previously, he was still angrily shouting at Lin Ling, but now, he could not help but panic. Pa! He took a step forward. The origin energy of Jiao Yu Jiao carried him through the universe. He was avoiding the invisible and colorless soul force attack. Run! Do you think you can escape? Seeing Jiao Yu Tiandi's figure flickering crazily, countless people thought of that sentence. However, that sentence was said by Jiao Yu Tiandi. Therefore, when they saw Jiao Yu Tiandi fleeing, they felt a sense of irony. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. No attack could stop the saber of Nirvana. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Jiao Yu Tiandi's eyes revealed a crazed look. He suddenly slapped the ancient flute in his hand and raised it into the air. After doing this, he immediately revealed a pained expression. Clearly, if he wanted to avoid this terrifying trump card, he had to bear the pain and give up his beloved weapon. Abandon the rook to save the king. Pop! 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 Under countless gazes, the ancient flute in the sky bloomed with a gentle light. Circles of ripples bloomed, attracting the soul force knife. In the end, the two sides collided. However, it was clear that the ancient flute could not block the saber of Nirvana. However, the ancient flute had a spirit. Before it shattered, it swallowed all of the soul force. This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling's face to change drastically. He suddenly knew that although the soul force was a powerful trump card, it also had its flaws. For example, others' strategy of abandoning the rook to save the king did not clash with soul force. Instead, they used other methods to resist soul force. Of course, to block soul force, the treasures needed were extremely precious. As for Lin Ling, it would be difficult for him to recover his soul force in a short period of time. In today's battle, Lin Ling had benefited greatly. He had a better understanding of his own strength. So that's your strongest ability? Good. You hit it very deeply. Next, how do you plan on facing my anger? In the sky, the 9 yins and 9 yangs were even more majestic. Jiao Yu Tiandi had his hands behind his back as he walked over. Anyone could hear the thick anger in his words. Chapter 1658. Breaking through yin and yang, Dragon Claw. Lin Ling also hid his strength very deeply. That soul power from before is probably at the 100th level. What a terrifying up-and-coming talent. If not for the 9 moons heavenly emperor's treasures, he would have fallen. But what a pity. Right now, Lin Ling no longer has the strength to fight. Those top experts all let out low growls. Many of them recognized Lin Ling's strength even more. However, this recognition was too late because Lin Ling was about to fall. Should we stop him? The space-time heavenly emperor frowned. Lin Ling's talent was so strong that the 7 emperors would not let Lin Ling fall here. Wait. Although the unhindered heavenly emperor was worried, he waved his hand. Lin Ling, you destroyed my ancient flute. Next, I want you to die for real. Cold. Nine Moons' heavenly emperor's voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he was enraged. Just to kill Lin Ling, his beloved ancient flute was destroyed. How could he not be angry? You want me to die? How many times have you said that? You better prove it with your strength. Cold. On the other side, Lin Ling still did not show any signs of panic and replied indifferently. You're still so stubborn even when you're at death's door. I can tell you that your fire martial way is useless against me. Your physical strength is useless against me. Your hidden trump card has been used. You can't win at all. Come out, yin-yang diagram. Roar. The Nine Moons' heavenly emperor roared to the sky. An ancient painting floated behind him. Yin and yang were formed in the painting, forming yin and yang ice and fire. It floated out like a ghost fire. A terrifying pressure swept out, causing countless people's pupils to tremble fiercely. They sensed that it was the origin power of the peak realm. 9 yin and 9 yang. At the beginning, it was 1 yin and 1 yang. Then, with the yin and yang of heaven and earth, it slowly increased. With each increase in yin and yang, the strength would increase greatly. When it reached 9 yin and 9 yang, the yin-yang book would appear. This is the Xianyuan bloodline. Roar. An arrogant voice drifted out. It was Xianyuan Jiutian. Lin Ling had already used up all his trump cards, but the 9 Moons Celestial Arch was still hiding his most terrifying trump card. He had lost. Lin Ling was willing to die. No one believed that Lin Ling could still win. Even a gold-rank heavenly emperor would have to dodge when facing a Saint Rune martial art at the pinnacle. You can die now. As the 9 Moons heavenly emperor struck out with his palms, the terrifying power of yin and yang wreaked havoc in space. The combination of yin and yang formed a peculiar ancient picture scroll that enveloped Lin Ling. Restraining me in all aspects? Fire didn't work, but physical strength didn't work either. The terrifying pressure was like the might of the heavens, blowing Lin Ling's long hair. But his handsome face was still calm. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. I don't believe it. You don't believe me? Many people frowned. Lin Ling did not believe that the 9 Moons Sky Emperor could restrain him. Didn't Lin Ling already test it before? Attack! Attack! Almost at the same time, the unhindered heavenly emperor coldly shouted. But just as he was about to save Lin Ling, a figure stopped him. It was Xianyuan Jiutian. Scram! Scram! He was overbearing and directly shouted angrily. The other experts immediately looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor with a sneer. The unhindered heavenly emperor wanted to save Lin Ling, but how could they let him do as he wished? The unhindered heavenly emperor coldly snorted. He knew that it would be difficult for him to attack. Pop! 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 At this moment, the sky was shattering and being swept by a mysterious power. The power of yin and yang was like a picture that enveloped Lin Ling from the sky. At this moment, Bai Yun Tiandi and the others clenched their fists. They were extremely nervous. They knew that the 9 Moons Sky Emperor was Lin Ling's greatest opponent. What a terrifying guy. He actually made the 9 Moons Sky Emperor use such power. Duga Konglei smiled bitterly. He thought that Lin Ling was weaker than him, but reality told him that Lin Ling was already stronger than him because he could not make the 9 Moons Sky Emperor use his strongest trump card. But it was a pity. Lin Ling's talent was terrifying, but he was still going to fall. This time, he should be dead. Compared to the nervous anticipation of the crowd, Princess Firecloud was even more nervous. Her body even trembled. She wanted to personally witness Lin Ling die in front of her. Boom! But at this moment, the fire began to boil. Under the yin and yang picture, the flames were like a dragon roaring and rushing into the sky with an unyielding will to break through the yin and yang. Unfortunately, this was just a dying struggle. Just like before, the power of 9 yin and 9 yang was still restraining Lin Ling's flames. Therefore, the Fire Dragon King became dimmer and dimmer, wrapped in the yin and yang picture. No one was surprised by this result. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was weaker. In terms of realm, Lin Ling was even weaker. Now, in terms of martial arts, Lin Ling was far behind. Boom! The picture finally fell, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The peak of Saint Rune martial arts, that power was too terrifying. He's dead. Someone muttered to himself, as if he could not believe what was happening in front of him. Why ask when you know the answer? Someone immediately sneered, because this was a very obvious matter. The Xianyuan family is not something you can provoke. At this moment, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, as if he was the ruler of the world. He had won this battle. The crowd finally let out cheers. Exciting, shocking, the strongest battle between the silver-level Heavenly Emperors was really amazing. However, the cheers did not last long. In the next moment, countless people heard the roar of a dragon. They saw that the ground covered by the yin and yang picture was trembling, and there was a fire burning. What? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's face changed. He sensed that the fire did not belong to him. That meant that it belonged to Lin Ling. However, wasn't Lin Ling's fire ineffective against him? Rumble. The ground shook, and a tyrannical aura swept out, forming a fire storm that soared into the sky. Ah! A painful sound suddenly floated out from the ground. The yin and yang picture actually floated up. Upon closer inspection, a huge pillar of fire appeared below it, and it actually rushed up the yin and yang picture. Although it was slow, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before it broke through the yin and yang picture. Can't he really restrain it? I don't believe it. Everyone recalled what Lin Ling had said before. Lin Ling didn't believe that the 9 yin and 9 yang could restrain his flames, so he used fire to resist. He would not turn back until he hit the mountain. But now, the fire seemed to be working. The peak of Saint Rune martial arts. In the distance, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor felt the terrifying aura and could not help but suck in a cold breath. No wonder the fire was so powerful. Rumble. The yin and yang picture slowly rose into the sky, as if the suppressed dragon god had broken free. Countless people saw that within the terrifying pillar of fire, a figure was letting out a painful sound, as if some seal was being undone. And once the seal was undone, something terrible seemed to happen. Lin Ling actually still has a trump card, and it's using fire to fight fire. In that instant, the crowd was even more shocked. No one expected that the one to be stunned in the end would be Lin Ling. Dragon soars into the universe. At that moment, a roar finally erupted, like a volcano soaring into the sky. A dragon flew out from the ground, soaring into the 9 heavens. Moreover, there were thousands of ghosts wailing, and the song of the Yellow Springs was being sung forever. Chapter 1659. Invincible Silver Heavenly Emperor Bang. The 9 yin 9 yang painting could not withstand the tyrannical power at this moment and turned into dust. And that huge pillar of fire that soared into the sky actually created a vacuum in the sky. The sky was filled with burning clouds, incomparably beautiful. The most terrifying thing was that the pillar of fire was like a dragon, continuing to grow larger, causing some of the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses near the pillar of fire to fall. That was the forbidden fire zone. Silence. The sky, the earth, and the crowd were dead silent, shocked by the power of that martial art. It could be said to be so terrifying. A peak-level Saint Mark martial art, he actually knows it too. It's just that his talent is not as good as my third brother's. He shouldn't have destroyed the 9 yin 9 yang painting. Xianyuan Jiutian said with a frown. But although he said so, he also sensed that there was a terrifying pressure hidden in those flames. It seemed to be an existence that surpassed the heaven realm. Of course, that pressure was too weak, causing him to not know if it was an illusion or not. Pa! He took a step forward, wanting to help Nine Moons' Heavenly Emperor. Get lost. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor blocked in front of him and roared. You dare to stop me? Xianyuan Jiutian frowned and said coldly. The human world's highest Deacon Hall is also watching this battle. You dare to make a move? Unhindered Heavenly Emperor replied coldly. His words made Xianyuan Jiutian's body tremble and retreat. His strength was not enough to fight against the human world's strongest giants. At this moment, under heaven and earth, everyone's eyes were attracted by the terrifying pillar of fire. And at this moment, a slender figure walked out of the flames. His long hair fluttered, his face cold. The most shocking thing was that his left hand was surging with flames. It seemed to be a dragon claw, and it had 5 claws. Dragon, a real dragon. That wisp of dragon's might, no one dared to violate it. As for the 5 claws, it was the god of dragons. Because ordinary dragons generally had 3 claws, this was the pool, river, and lake dragon god, while the 4 claws were the sea and mountain dragon god, and the 5 claws were the heavenly emperor dragon god. This guy, when did he use such a terrifying method? Staring at the flaming dragon claw, Unhindered Heavenly Emperor also sucked in a cold breath. That dragon claw, even he felt a sense of dread. You said that I can't break your fire? A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He took a step forward with a dragon claw in his hand. Like a dragon god descending, he pounced towards the 9 Moons' Heavenly Arch. At this moment, the 9 Moons Sky Emperor was frowning. Lin Ling was actually still hiding a trump card. Could it be that there was nothing this rising star could not do? Then, when he saw Lin Ling throw himself over, his mind immediately filled with fear. Mu Ran understood why Lin Ling said that immortal ancient heavenly emperor's intervention saved him, and not Lin Ling. It was because right now, he sensed a great life and death calamity approaching. Without another word, the 9 Moons Celestial Arch retreated. At the same time, he constantly waved his hands, sending large amounts of 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy to stop Lin Ling. Unfortunately, it was too late to retreat now. Get lost. The 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy that could restrain Lin Ling before was now like paper. Lin Ling's left hand reached out, and the dragon claw swept out. Flames and dragon might roared, forming a terrifying flame storm that swept through the 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy. So powerful, the 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy can't restrain Lin Ling at all. Many people cried out in shock. The battle situation had been reversed by Lin Ling. In this battle of the strongest heavenly emperors, Lin Ling seemed to be turning defeat into victory. Run. Where can you run to? An extremely oppressive voice came from behind, causing the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's expression to change once more. In the next moment, blazing flames appeared in front of him. Dragon might bloomed, causing his body to tremble. True dragon. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor stopped and spat out a sentence with difficulty. Originally, I didn't want to reveal this trump card, but you forced me to use it. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly as he said indifferently. With a wave of his left hand, flames burned. Everywhere it passed, the 9 Yin and 9 Yang energy around the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's body shattered. In the end, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's neck was grabbed by Lin Ling, as if a dragon had coiled around him. Restrain. Now, he still dared to say that he could restrain Lin Ling? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's body continued to struggle. His feminine face was ferocious, but he could not resist the dragon claw. Didn't you ask me where your second brother is? Let me tell you, I really don't know. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He reached out his right hand and ruthlessly slapped the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor in front of countless people. Pa! The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's teeth shattered, and his mouth was filled with blood. It's fine if you want to attack me, but why did you play with my brother? Most importantly, I didn't provoke you. In order to find out the whereabouts of your second brother, you wanted to kill me. Pa! Another slap was sent out, and the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's face was swollen. You said that you are from the Xianyuan family and that you are a descendant of God. The way I see it, you are just a descendant of a defeated opponent. Pa! Another slap. You! In the distant crowd, Xianyuan Jiutian's face was extremely cold. Lin Ling had slapped his brother in front of everyone. He was simply courting death. If you have the ability, kill me. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor said with difficulty. You think I don't dare? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Since he started cultivating, what kind of ancient figure had he not seen before? Trying to threaten him? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was not qualified. Seeing Lin Ling's smile, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's heart trembled. He had a feeling that Lin Ling really dared to kill him. Swallow it. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's mouth was full of broken teeth. At this moment, he swallowed them all into his stomach. Seeing this scene, the crowd only felt their hearts tremble violently. Everything that had happened in front of them was too shocking. Lin Ling had actually defeated someone from the Xianyuan family and was invincible among the silver-rank Heavenly Emperors. Most importantly, he was now only a 6th-stage saint. If his cultivation level were to increase, when he reached the late stage of the Saint Rudiment realm, how strong would he be? Die! Die! Lin Ling did not show any mercy. His 5 claws fiercely clenched, like the might of an angry dragon. Then, under countless gazes, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's neck was crushed and his head fell directly to the ground. The number 1 silver rank Heavenly Emperor was now Lin Ling. The entire world was silent. Dugakong Lei, Princess Wuxia, and the others looked at the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's corpse falling from the sky. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater because they had watched Lin Ling grow up. In the past, Lin Ling was weaker than them. Now, they had to look up to Lin Ling. Even the gold-rank Heavenly Emperors had a strong sense of fear at this moment. In the mortal world, another powerful Heavenly Emperor had risen. It was Lin Ling from the 7 Emperors' Heavens. Good, Big Brother 1. Big Brother. Little Flame, the 9 Spirits of Heaven, and the others were extremely excited because they knew what it meant for a silver-rank Heavenly Emperor to sweep through all. Chapter 1660. I'll be waiting for you. You're audacious. Kill. Xianyuan Tian's voice spread in the air. It was filled with killing intent. However, he obviously wouldn't make a move. Because he knew that this battle was being watched by all, and he couldn't blame anyone for his death. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. Lin Ling looked back at Xianyuan Jiutian and said nonchalantly. You can't kill a god's descendant, said Xianyuan Jiutian gloomily. Only a bloodline with a long history. If it wasn't for the fact that you were lucky enough to save an outer realm cultivator and then devour his bloodline while he was seriously injured, your Xianyuan family would only be an ordinary family. What descendant of God? You're just bragging. Lin Ling patted his clothes and laughed disdainfully. Boom. Xianyuan Jiutian's heart was pounding. How did Lin Ling know the Xianyuan clan's secret? Indeed, a long time ago, the Xianyuan family had once saved a powerful cultivator from the outer realm. That powerful cultivator was seriously injured, but he managed to cultivate God's blood. The Xianyuan family had evil intentions and took advantage of that powerful cultivator being seriously injured to kill him. They devoured that powerful cultivator and obtained the bloodline of a god. That was the Xianyuan clan's secret. Nobody knew about it except for Lin Ling. For a moment, he fell silent. Lin Ling didn't bother about him anymore. The reason why he knew everything was because of his eye of time. One must know that in the Devil Cloud Cave, as long as the young Sector Lord walked past a place, some memories would appear in Lin Ling's mind. Among them were the memories of the Xianyuan family. There are 3 Xian cultivators in the human world. There are as many strong cultivators as there are clouds in the sky. There are 7 emperors in the world, Yungu Celestial Stage, Champion University. There are countless celestial emperors. Now, Silver Celestial Emperors, anyone can challenge me, who dares? Then, Lin Ling looked at the entire land. The dragon claw in his left hand seemed to be roaring, and his cold voice floated out. He remembered that many people were watching him make a fool of himself. Now, he wanted to see who could watch. The crowd remained silent. The battle had been spectacular and intense. Lin Ling's strength had already been recognized. They didn't dare fight him. You're just a silver-ranked celestial emperor. You're not qualified to be invincible. Don't be too arrogant, said a man from Champion University icily. Lin Ling, you don't need to worry about that, said Champion University. So, you want to fight? Lin Ling cast his gaze over, causing the man to frown. He took a step back and did not dare to speak anymore. He was not a gold-ranked heavenly emperor. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? How about I fight you? Within the rhythmic ancient immortal platform, the immortal ancient celestial emperor coldly spoke. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He found him to be an eyesore. You're already so old, don't you feel ashamed? What's more, they've already said that a silver celestial emperor can go up. Are you one? Is your skin really that thick? But if you really want to fight, I'll accompany you, said Celestial Emperor Zhong Mo smiling. He slowly walked forwards. The immortal ancient celestial emperor looked at Lin Ling icily and remained silent. The 3 legendary celestial emperors of the human world were gnashing their teeth. They didn't want to give up, but among the silver-ranked celestial emperors, nobody could compete with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was invincible. Princess Wuxia, I know you want me to die. Now you have the opportunity. Do you dare kill me? When nobody said anything, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and asked a beautiful woman indifferently. Princess Wuxia looked glum. If Lin Ling hadn't defeated the 9 moon celestial emperors, she wouldn't have been afraid, but now she didn't dare. I can tell you that this is your best chance. If you miss this chance, you'll never be able to kill me, Lin Ling said again. Princess Wuxia still didn't say anything. She had a heavenly talent and her cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's. If she wanted to kill Lin Ling, it wouldn't be difficult on the surface. However, the 9 moon celestial emperors also had their own trump cards. The 9 moon celestial emperors were also defeated, so how could she have a chance? You don't dare? Very well, go back and tell the Fire Clan Emperor that I'll personally visit him soon and make him fulfill his promise. Lin Ling nodded and walked down from the sky. His blue robe was a ghastly sight at this moment. Lin Ling broke his promise to the Fire Clan and fought against the entire Xianhuang Daiyu, creating the first record in the human world. Now, he even threatened to personally go to the Fire Clan. How courageous! But that's what a real cultivator should be like. He's magnanimous, he dares to take responsibility for his actions. Although many people were dissatisfied with Lin Ling, there was no lack of people who worshipped Lin Ling. This was because this world was very realistic. Strength represented everything. With strength, one would be respected. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had left his name in the highest hall of the mortal world today. I'll wait for you, said Princess Wuxia, smiling coldly. Lin Ling was insane. Surprisingly, he had dared come to the Fire Clan. She turned around and left. The others also looked at Lin Ling in a profound way and slowly left. They knew that Lin Ling was going to rise on that day. Remember, it's time to enter the demon world. The strong cultivators of the Yungu celestial stage groaned coldly and left. Champion University did the same. Zhong Mo Tiandi and the others were all smiling. Lin Ling's battle had made the 7 emperors famous. Lin Ling, come with me, said Spacetime Celestial Emperor, glancing around. He knew that it wasn't a good place to talk, so he left with the crowd. In the demon world, the demon chi was still vast and mighty. In the distance, the sky was dark and boundless. People didn't know where the limit was. This time, in order to complete the mission of the Deacon Palace, the 3 legendary celestial emperors of the human world had gathered there. They all had their own camps. The Demon Dang Mountain was the camp of the 7 emperors. A large number of people had gathered there, and many strong cultivators were guarding it. In the demon world, even if they had as many strong cultivators as the clouds, they still had to be careful. After Lin Ling and the others came back, they didn't attract much attention. Besides, as time passed, many celestial emperors of the Demon Dang Mountain arrived. At the foot of a mountain, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged and practicing cultivation. Lin Ling had gained a lot from defeating Celestial Emperor Jiu Yu. He also knew how strong the strong cultivators of the human world were, because Celestial Emperor Jiu Yu had required him to use all his trump cards. What about the golden and diamond level cultivators? I broke through 2 levels in a row, my cultivation is slow. If I want to break through again, I need external stimuli. The godly demon tyrant emperor's body also improves very slowly. The effects of the half-saint's essence aren't that obvious anymore, said Lin Ling, frowning. Lin Ling had taken too much of the half-saint's essence, so he had developed a resistance to it. It was like a pill. The first time he used it, the effects were obvious. The second time, the third time, and the 4th time, the effects were getting weaker and weaker. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find materials to reforge the tyrannical song sword. Otherwise, my strength would have increased. I'm not used to not having the tyrannical song sword, said Lin Ling, shaking his head. Then, he calmed himself down and stabilized his cultivation. Chapter 1661. The origin of space. In the distance, several figures walked over. Lin Ling was familiar with 2 of them. They were the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi. There were 2 other middle-aged men following behind them. Their strength was at the peak of the saint realm. They must be gold-grade heavenly emperors. Lin Ling quickly stood up and walked over with a smile. There are experts from the 7 emperors' heaven. They want us to prepare to seal the demon domain barrier. One of the middle-aged men smiled at Lin Ling and introduced himself. I am Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. This is Heavenly Emperor Song Mu. As for Baiyun Tiandi, I don't think we need to introduce him. Greetings, seniors. Lin Ling bowed. Since the other party was very polite, Lin Ling would not neglect them. Hehe, you are quite famous among the titled heavenly emperors. I heard that even the 7 emperors are full of praise for you. How can we be qualified to be your seniors? Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun waved his hand. In the world of martial Dao, one's strength was the deciding factor, not age. Hehe, it's just a false reputation. Lin Ling smiled casually. Oh, that's right. In the past, I had a recommendation from the Black-White Dao Palace. Later on, I became a disciple of the 7 emperors. Lord Watermist is my junior apprentice brother. The Green Cloud Heavenly Emperor spoke again, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. So this person was one of them. Heavenly Emperor Song Mu is from the Black Sky Empire. He is also your friend. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun said. The Xiantian dynasty was also one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The one in charge of everything was Lord Pu. Now that Lord Pu had become Lin Ling's disciple, he was naturally one of them. Furthermore, Lin Ling still owed Lord Pu a favor. Lin Ling suddenly had a good impression of the 2 heavenly emperors. After a few conversations, they became familiar with each other. Where is Little Flame? Little Flame? After chatting for a while, Lin Ling glanced at them and asked curiously. He went back. This time, the experts of the 7 emperors' heavens gathered. Little Flame is not from the 7 emperors' heavens, so he was allowed to leave. But don't worry, the unhindered heavenly emperor personally sent him back. Baiyun Tiandi said with a smile, which made Lin Ling nod his head. The unhindered Sky Emperor had helped him many times, so he owed him a lot of favors. Let's go. Right now, all the celestial emperors have gathered. Xian Di has come to announce this mission. Of the three profound of the human realm, all the celestial emperors must participate. The 9 spirits of heaven seem to be a little excited. Clearly, to be able to see all the celestial emperors of the mortal world and step onto that martial stage was also a kind of recognition. One had to know that after becoming the disciple of the 7 emperors, if one did not become a celestial emperor after 5 years, one would be eliminated. This showed how cruel it was, so to be able to become a celestial emperor was a kind of glory. Of course, while the 9 spirits of heaven was feeling proud, he secretly glanced at Lin Ling. Lin Ling became the disciple of the 7 emperors heavens later than him. When he first met Lin Ling, he called himself senior brother. But now, not only was Lin Ling a celestial emperor, he was also an existence that could not be provoked among the celestial emperors. This earth-shaking change made him have no choice but to exclaim in admiration. Seal the devil domain enchantment. Seal. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not care much about this mission, but the 7 emperors heavens could be considered his backer, so he still had to participate in this mission. So, after the mission was over, he would go to the stone god's side. The few of them left and walked along the mountain range. This mission is so famous that it can move the mortal world. I didn't expect that some people are just making up the numbers, thinking that they are also powerful celestial emperors. What a disgrace. At this time, on the mountain road ahead, several figures walked over. Looking at them, they were also the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors heavens. Celestial Emperor Tianyu, what do you want to say? Celestial Emperor Qingyun frowned and said. He obviously knew those people. I'm talking to you, don't you understand? Among those people, a man wearing embroidered golden robes said indifferently. This person was one of the 7 emperors heavens, under the law Overlord's command. His title was Celestial Emperor Tianyu, a gold-rank celestial emperor. We are all people of the 7 emperors heavens, don't go too far. Celestial Emperor Songmu also spoke. It seemed that this was not the first time they had met Celestial Emperor Tianyu. They had long been associated with each other. What, can't I even say it? The two of you have just become gold-rank celestial emperors, do you really think that you are senior brothers? Behind Celestial Emperor Tianyu, another thin and weak man said disdainfully, come to guide junior brother, these few junior brothers, don't be fooled. Celestial Emperor Qingyun, Celestial Emperor Songmu, they have been cultivating in the 7 emperors heavens for many years. Their strength is weak and they like to put on airs in front of newcomers. His words were obviously directed at Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven did not say anything. They were not very familiar with the world of the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors heavens. Enough, we are all celestial emperors of the 7 emperors heavens, we should be united and not fight among ourselves. Celestial Emperor Tianyu, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a member of the Ji family. Celestial Emperor Qingyun knew that the other party was looking for trouble, so he did not hold back. This sentence should be said by me. Don't think that you will flatter in front of Emperor Yu. This means that you are highly respected in the 7 emperors heavens. Celestial Emperor Qingyun, let me tell you, last time you snatched my mission and even complained about me. I am still thinking of how to take revenge for this. Celestial Emperor Tianyu said coldly. So, today I am here to listen to your apology. Apologize, and for the sake of the 7 emperors heavens, we will let bygones be bygones. The other thin and weak man also said, of course, the so-called apology is to kneel down and kowtow. If a titled celestial emperor knelt down and kowtowed to apologize, it would definitely be a loss of face. So, Celestial Emperor Tianyu's request was obviously very vicious. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he did not know the grudge between Celestial Emperor Qingyun and Celestial Emperor Tianyu, he could feel that the 7 emperors heavens was not very peaceful. Of course, this was also a very normal thing. The 7 emperors ruled the world, naturally there would be disagreements, and at that time, conflicts would arise. If you want us to apologize, then let's talk with strength. I, Celestial Emperor Qin Yun, will ask you to show me how powerful Celestial Emperor Tian Yu is. The other party had already come to the door. Celestial Emperor Qin Yun could not back down, otherwise, he would lose face. Boom! He took a step forward, ripples appeared in the void, and the origin energy was released. Celestial Emperor Qin Yun actually cultivated a spatial martial art. Earth rank 10th grade talent, Void Storm, as expected of Celestial Emperor Qin Yun. Seeing the void fluctuating, Celestial Emperor Qin Mu could not help but smile excitedly. Even Baiyun Tiandi secretly admired him. As a gold rank Celestial Emperor, Celestial Emperor Qin Yun was not much weaker than her. Comprehending the void, not bad, but as a Celestial Emperor, with a raise of the hand, heaven and earth will collapse. The power of the void is for women to play with. A dignified man comprehending the power of the void is simply without dignity. Celestial Emperor Tian Yu walked out and sneered. It's useless to say more. If you lose, take your people and scram. Celestial Emperor Qin Yun was unmoved. His long hair fluttered, and circles of mysterious ripples appeared, causing the space around him to flow like water waves. It was extremely powerful. Buzz buzz buzz. Chapter 1662. First battle with a gold-level Heavenly Emperor. Pop pop pop. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu seemed to be unable to control himself as he was sucked into the black vortex and disappeared. That scene made the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi laugh. In the beginning, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu was so arrogant, but now, he didn't even use any moves and was defeated in one move. This was extremely ironic. So powerful, the peak of the space origin force coupled with the space talent, no one has the chance to make a move and was defeated in one move. Heavenly Emperor Song Mu said excitedly, feeling proud of Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. As expected of a gold-level Heavenly Emperor, his comprehension of the origin force was extremely skilled, stronger than the opponents he had encountered before. However, at the same time, he looked forward and saw that the thin man and the other Heavenly Emperors were calm at this moment, but the corner of their mouth revealed a hint of ridicule. Something's wrong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun turned around and walked back. At the same time, he said lightly, "Your skills are inferior, I think you have nothing to say. Leave by yourself, and let bygones be bygones. Go." However, just as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. He turned around to look, and his pupils immediately shrank. In the space behind him, cracks began to appear, and mysterious water flowed out, turning into a big hand that tore the void apart. A moment later, a figure walked out slowly. This void is dark, it's not fun at all. The outside world is more attractive to me. Go. After that man walked out, he sneered. Who else could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu? He patted his clothes and said lightly, "I have the water talent, myriad water 1000 universe body, 1st grade heaven rank, controlling all the water in the world. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. It's as good as water. I thought someone could break my strongest defense, water, but I didn't expect to be disappointed. Go. You've broken through my power of origin." Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's face changed drastically. His opponent actually tore the void apart and came out by himself. This was the first time he encountered such a situation after using his origin force. You seem to be very surprised. But what's so strange about that? You and I are both gold-level Heavenly Emperors. What we see is whose talent is stronger and whose comprehension of Saint Mark martial arts is deeper. I'm sorry, but in terms of talent and martial arts, you are trash in my eyes. I don't understand. You are qualified to be a Heavenly Emperor, but you dared to ruin my plans during the last mission? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu clasped his hands behind his back, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Earlier, when you thought you had won, you were so confident and arrogant. That face really made me feel like laughing. Go. The clear sky heavenly monarch turned around and left. He even said domineeringly, "You can leave on your own." Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, this move of yours is sinister enough. At present, his face has been utterly lost. In front of junior apprentice brother, he is merely trash. Go. Azure Cloud Heavenly Emperor, one more sentence, how about you leave by yourself? Toon Emperor to Immortal Emperor to Qin Yu Emperor, Heavenly Emperor you. You guys. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's face turned green and red. Previously, he indeed thought that he had won. But now, he was humiliated by Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. One must know that he was a dignified Heavenly Emperor, an existence revered by tens of thousands of people in the Black Pen Great region. But now, he was treated like an ant. One could imagine the anger in his heart. As a Heavenly Emperor of the Seven Emperors Heaven, I, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, am in a good mood today. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu smiled, then his face turned cold. He stretched out one hand, and waves of water surged out like a tide, sweeping towards Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. Pop pop pop. The water seemed soft, but it had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, as if it could drown the entire world. Not many Heavenly Emperors below gold level could resist the power of this martial art. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, be careful. Biyao Tiandi and the others shouted anxiously. They knew the power of this martial art. Void Storm. Boom. A large number of black vortexes appeared around Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's body. The void was opened, and a suction force was born, guarding him firmly. Walala. The water of heaven and earth still surged. Then it was sucked into the black vortex, but soon, the water tore the void and appeared beside Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, shrouding him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be trapped in water droplets. In one move, he was defeated. Humph, Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun is only a so-so. Humph. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu snorted proudly, looking down on his opponent. He and Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun were not under the same seven emperors, so he did not show mercy at all. Of course, he was just teaching a lesson. If he really wanted to kill Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, he would not dare. What a powerful water, the power of origin, nothing can't break. Humph. Heavenly Emperor Song Mu's face turned solemn. Even though he was far away, he could feel the strength of that power. For the sake of Emperor Yu's face, I will not kill you today. Apologize immediately, remember, kowtow and apologize. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said with his hands behind his back. The people on Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's side were silent. The opponent was too strong, ranked high among the gold-level Heavenly Emperors. He was not someone they could fight against at present. As one of the seven emperors, you are too arrogant. Now that the Heavenly Emperors are gathered, you are so arrogant. If you go out alone, won't you slaughter everything? Calm. At this moment, a calm voice came out. You have an opinion? Calm. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu frowned slightly and looked at the person who spoke. He found that it was an unfamiliar young man. Such a person dared to speak. Lin Ling. Calm. Biyao Tiandi and the others looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling was currently the first in the silver level, but Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was a gold level expert. Lin Ling? So it's you, the junior who is in the limelight recently. Even I have heard of your name in the Seven Emperors' Heaven. You challenged Xianhuang Daiyu alone and dominated the silver level Heavenly Emperor camp not long ago. However, what qualifications do you have to have an opinion? Sigh. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu looked at Lin Ling with interest. Strength is qualification. Sigh. Lin Ling walked out step by step and came to the side of Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. His right hand formed a fist, and the water droplets around Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun exploded. Lin Ling, thank you. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun said gratefully. He wanted to remind Lin Ling that Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was not weak, but Lin Ling shook his head and walked towards Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu watched quietly from the side and smiled mockingly. I agree, strength is qualification. Just like Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, without strength, you can only be a stray dog. However, do you have the strength? Sigh. Whether I have the strength or not, we will know after the battle. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. The younger generation nowadays is indeed young and frivolous. They think that with a little fame, they can look down on everything. They don't know that when we heavenly emperors are fighting, you guys are still drinking milk. Forget it, in terms of qualifications, I am your senior brother. As your senior brother, I will give you a few pointers. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand. On his palm, millions of water droplets were boiling and splashing. I will not talk nonsense about how many moves I will give you. Because your strength is too weak, it is the same whether you give in or not. One move will make you recognize yourself. Humph. Chapter 1663. If you dare to move, I'll kill you. Walala. Under the heaven and earth, the water was like an avalanche, turning into thousands of waves that drowned Lin Ling. This water was obviously not ordinary water, but the ancient water of heaven and earth. At its peak, it even had the power of divine water. Lin Ling, be careful. Watch out. Baiyan Tiandi and the others looked solemn and took a few steps back. Looking at Lin Ling again, they were all a little worried, especially Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. He had fought with Zhao Qingshan before and knew the strangeness of the origin force. It seemed to be seamless and impossible to guard against. Your talent and cultivation are stronger than the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, but I don't know if you have the same method to resist soul power as the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Watch out. Lin Ling's face was calm as he muttered to himself. His eyes narrowed and the blade of Nirvana broke through the air. In the previous battle with the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, Lin Ling's soul force had lost its effectiveness. Therefore, he did not use his soul force as a trump card. He only used it as one of his trump cards. Facing Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, who was stronger than him in terms of cultivation realm, talent, and martial arts, he wanted to see if his opponent could block his soul force. Walala. The endless tide was still trying to drown Lin Ling, but in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling stood still and did not intend to do anything. Crazy. Watch out. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling could not block Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's attack. The people behind Heavenly Emperor Tianyu sneered. This junior brother who wanted to stand out was even worse than Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. He was actually frightened. However, they did not see that in the endless tide, a soul blade shot out, piercing through the tide and heading straight for Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Just when Heavenly Emperor Tianyu thought that Lin Ling would be seriously injured, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly came, causing his face to change drastically. Then, he heard a voice. If you don't want to die, stop. Stop. This sentence was like a brilliant heavenly might, causing Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's heart to tremble. Right now, he could continue to display his martial arts to attack Lin Ling, but the result was that he would be obliterated by Lin Ling's mysterious means. Without any hesitation, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu forcefully withdrew his source power. And in front of everyone's eyes, that terrifying tide had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. In the next moment, it would have drowned him, but then the tide suddenly stopped. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had his hands behind his back. Even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. Boom! Everyone's hearts rumbled. Kneel, kowtow, apologize, and get out. Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, causing everyone to be even more surprised. Lin Ling actually wanted Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu to apologize? Everyone subconsciously looked at Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and discovered that he was standing there with a pale face. It was as if he was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. This made everyone even more puzzled. What exactly happened? At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's eyes were constantly flickering. He knew that there was a soul knife in front of his forehead that was pointing at him from afar. It had the aura of obliterating him with a single word of disagreement. Soul force. This Lin Ling's soul force was actually so terrifying. If I continued to attack with my source power, you wouldn't have been able to block it. At most, we would have perished together. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu said with a frown, but his voice was no longer as arrogant as before. That might not be the case. First, your source power might be able to injure me, but to obliterate me, it's still a little lacking. Second, by the time you reacted and wanted to erupt with a stronger strength, your soul would have already collapsed. Lin Ling said indifferently, there's always someone better. A gold rank Heavenly Emperor doesn't mean that you can look down on everything. Yes. Of course, you can also try playing with me and see if you can break my blade of nirvana. Hearing this, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's face turned even uglier. Previously, he thought that he was stronger, so he played with Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, making Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun think that he won and arrogantly said, "Leave by yourself." After those words were said, he immediately turned the tables. It was for that kind of teasing, that kind of playing. But now, Lin Ling said this again, the meaning was very obvious. Since you have the strength, then continue to play with me. Unfortunately, he, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu, couldn't break the soul force attack, and he was afraid that the moment he wanted to resist, the soul knife would attack. This also meant that the blade of death was hanging on his neck. As long as he dared to be arrogant, he would be killed immediately. Why aren't you talking? Don't you understand the word apologize? Lin Ling said again. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu gritted his teeth. He endured the humiliation and braced himself, saying, yes, but you must withdraw your soul force. The blade of nirvana was still pointed at his forehead, how could he not be afraid? Are you talking about conditions? Or is it a request? Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's eyes widened. He had already lowered his head, but Lin Ling still seemed to be bullying him. One must know that he was a gold rank Heavenly Emperor. When had he ever tried to lower his noble head? But now, he had no choice but to lower his head. Junior brother, please withdraw your soul force. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu lowered his head and said. After you apologize, the blade will naturally disappear. Lin Ling didn't fall for it. Without the blade of nirvana, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu wouldn't be so obedient. Sensing the determination in Lin Ling's words, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu knelt down and kowtowed. I was reckless before, please don't take it to heart. Apologized? Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others were shocked. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu actually knelt down and apologized. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe their eyes. Is it okay now? Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu said after kowtowing. Scram! Scram! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu looked at Lin Ling deeply. After leaving behind a sentence, he left with the others, I'm from the Ji family. You better know what the Ji family is. After today's matter, I'll definitely pay a visit to them in the future. Scram! Why did you leave behind some threatening words? Can't you think of something new? Lin Ling smiled. Before leaving, he didn't want to lose face, so he left behind some threatening words. He didn't know how many times he had encountered this kind of thing. You! In the distance, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that among Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others, the most terrifying one wasn't Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others, but that rising star instead. Hee, Lin Ling, you're still the best. You actually made them run away. You must know that you're a silver-ranked Heavenly Emperor. After Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and the others left, Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others walked over with admiration. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would help them out today. It's just a fluke. Because he underestimated me, that's why my soul force took advantage of him. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. None of the gold-ranked Heavenly Emperors were easy to deal with. If Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu wasn't careless and was vigilant like the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, then Lin Ling might not be able to defeat him. Chapter 1664. Heavenly Emperors gather, no matter what, you indeed won previously. But you also went all out. Facing Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's attack, you actually remained indifferent, choosing to perish together with him. This courage to cut off all means of retreat, I, Heavenly Emperor Songwood, cannot help but be convinced. Heavenly Emperor Songmu didn't dare to underestimate his junior brother. That kind of fighting method was ruthless enough. Ruthless to the enemy and ruthless to himself. If he had the means to resist soul power, would have been the one to suffer. So, by taking him by surprise, sometimes I can win, sometimes I lose, and sometimes I lose all my trump cards. Lin Ling shook his head. They chatted as they walked. However, because of us, you've provoked the people of Ji family. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun said with some guilt. You're Lord Shui Wu's senior and junior brothers, and also my, Lin Ling's, friends. I will definitely help you with the previous matter. Lin Ling waved his hand and asked curiously, what's Ji family? Ji family? One of the 9 great deacons of the mortal world's highest deacon palace, the same origin as Xianyuan family, Xianhuang Daiyu, and the 3 great historical clans, one of the 9 deacons and 3 emperors of the mortal world. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun explained, startling Lin Ling. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the people he had offended were not small. The highest deacons of the mortal world, without a doubt, those forces were already the top in the mortal world. The highest deacon palace of the mortal world, heavenly earth, what kind of existence was it? There were so many experts gathered here, all these made Lin Ling extremely curious. A moment later, everyone gathered on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was very big, and the top of the mountain seemed to have been cut by a knife, smooth and clean. A large number of people gathered there, some were sitting cross-legged, some were drinking wine, and some were chatting wittily. Moreover, each of them had a different aura, some were extremely bloody, some were surging with murderous intent, and some were approachable. These people's strength was extremely terrifying, they were the titled Heavenly Emperors of the 7 Emperors world. Moreover, many of them were extremely famous. For example, Lin Ling becoming a Silver Heavenly Emperor wasn't a big deal because these people had been famous for a long time, and they had their own proud things. Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven were just rising Heavenly Emperors. Even Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, they were low-key. So many experts. Lin Ling was shocked. His eye of time continued to scan the surroundings, and he discovered that there were many heaven-ranked geniuses, and many of them were martial saints. He was actually the weakest of them all, a 6th-stage saint. You're here. At this time, the unhindered Celestial Emperor looked in Lin Ling's direction and called out. He immediately walked over with a smile. There were a few Celestial Emperors beside him. They were all otherworldly and had unfathomable strength. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Emperors, Heavenly Emperor from the East, East Emperor, Heavenly Sky, Heavenly in front of Lin Ling, Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun said with a smile. Eastern Mountain? Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he quickly bowed to them. The 7 Emperors world had 4 mountains, and Eastern Mountain represented the same faction as Lin Ling. Coupled with Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's introduction, Lin Ling naturally didn't dare to slight them. Hee, this Heavenly Emperor is? The other 3 looked at Lin Ling. They looked to be in their 40s, but in reality, they had cultivated for more than 100 years. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun pointed at Lin Ling and said, 100 years ago, Heavenly Emperor Immortal Carp appeared in Eastern Mountain. Eastern Mountain was glorious, but 100 years later, Eastern Mountain declined, as if the moon was clear and the moon was dim. However, since his arrival, Eastern Mountain has risen again. The current first king of Eastern Mountain, Lin Ling. The three looked at Lin Ling and said in unison. They had guessed Lin Ling's identity. Born in Eastern Mountain, they had naturally heard of Lin Ling. Not only was he the first king of Eastern Mountain, but he also challenged Xianhuang Daiyu and defeated all the heavenly emperors in the Silver Realm. Among all the heavenly emperors in the mortal realm, Lin Ling wasn't the most famous, but there weren't many who hadn't heard of Lin Ling's name. I'm impressed. The new generation excels the old. Heavenly Emperor Immortal Carp said. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Ling was neither haughty nor humble as he smiled. Hee, you haven't been a celestial emperor for a long time, but you've already done so many things. When you become stronger, who can predict your future? So, don't treat us as seniors, just treat us as equals. Said a man called Wuxia Heaven Emperor. Obviously, they didn't dare to look down on Lin Ling. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, Xianyuan Jiuhan, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling's growth was extremely fast, and there were many people in the Seven Emperors' heavens who knew him. This must be the little girl Bai Yun. Heavenly Emperor Immortal Carp looked at Bai Yun Tiandi and said. Bai Yun Tiandi was indeed like a little girl to them because they were Diamond Realm experts. Bai Yun Tiandi had always been proud, so she immediately retorted. Why did they treat Lin Ling as peers and call her a little girl? One had to know that she was older than Lin Ling. This was too unfair. Haha. Several people laughed, and Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This kind of banter was common on the mountain peak. Especially for heavenly emperors who came from the same mountain, they were much more familiar with each other. Obviously, the 4 mountains of the 7 emperors' heaven had their own camps. Alright, everyone is here. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was an old man, a middle-aged man, and a woman. The old man wore a cloak with many talismans pasted on it. He was the talisman ancestor. Given his seniority, anyone who saw him would have to greet him respectfully because he was an enemy of the titled Immortal Realm. The other person was the Supreme Xian Di. This person's cultivation and origin were extremely powerful. He was a member of the Supreme Family and was as famous as the Ji family. He was one of the highest deacon palaces in the mortal world. The last person was extremely beautiful. She wore a feather-scaled cheongsam and her figure was extremely hot. Her exposed skin was as white as snow. Her slender thighs could be seen from the slit in her cheongsam. Below her thighs was a pair of purple leather boots. Her entire appearance was extremely alluring. She was Lu Susu. That female profiteer is here too. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had always been curious about Lu Susu. This profiteer was extremely amiable and could chat with ordinary people. However, she could also walk together with experts. It was difficult to guess her true origin. However, now that she was here, it meant that Lu Susu's seniority in the 7 Emperors' heaven was not low. Greetings to the 3 Xian Di. On the mountain peak, everyone shouted in unison. Everyone, please feel free to do as you wish. Today, we have received orders from the 7 Emperors to help everyone seal the Demon Region enchantment boundary. Therefore, we have gathered everyone here. Among the 3, the Supreme Xian Di seemed to be the most senior. He waved his hand and smiled faintly. This seal has been loosened for 100 years. If the seal is broken, the experts of the demon region will be able to enter the mortal world easily. Therefore, this seal is of great importance. The highest deacon palace in the mortal world will also give out a corresponding reward. The demon region enchantment boundary is in the true martial world. There are 100,000 enchantment boundaries in it. You have to find the enchantment boundary and seal it. For every enchantment boundary you seal, you will be rewarded with 100 merit points, and so on. Wow, a enchantment boundary is rewarded with 1,000 merit points. This is great. This demon region enchantment boundary seal, I must go. Chapter 1665. True martial world. Lin Ling was a little curious. What are merit points? It's a reward issued by the highest deacon palace of the human world. It's called contribution points to the human world. It's on the same mission list as the 3 legends of the human world. Merit points can be used to buy many rare treasures. There's nothing that the highest deacon palace of the human world doesn't have. Take half-sage's essence as an example. A drop of it can be bought with 1 merit point. Explains Sky Emperor. Then, do you have divine meteorite iron, space stone, mother iron, and void divine spider's silk? Lin Ling's heart thumped. Are you talking about these? A jade talisman appeared in Sky Emperor's right hand. He poured his spirit energy into it and an illusion appeared. It was the treasure that Lin Ling had mentioned. Obviously, the highest deacon palace of the human world had all these treasures. Lin Ling was excited. Those treasures were used to forge the Tyrant Song sword. It was difficult to find all of them. He didn't expect that the highest deacon palace of the human world would have them. So, he couldn't miss this mission. Although the merit points seem to be abundant, let me remind you that it's not easy to enter the true martial world because that's where the devil race lives. If we're discovered, we'll die without a doubt. Moreover, the true martial world has 100,000 enchantments. It's extremely fragile. Therefore, people inside can't recover their spirit energy. Any treasure is useless. This also means that if you're discovered by the devil race, you won't be able to recover your spirit energy after a battle. You'll become weaker and eventually be obliterated. So, don't expose your identity as a human. Otherwise, even the strongest Sky Emperor will fall. Moreover, the 7 Emperors world sealed the least number of enchantments in the past few times. Therefore, the 7 Emperors world also issued an order that the one with the most enchantments will receive an additional reward. This time, Lu Susu spoke. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and made many Sky Emperor powerhouses laugh. An expert said, "What's the reward? Is it a reward for Lord Lu?" "Yes, a reward for me. Do you dare to accept it?" Lu Susu's charming smile was extremely charming, causing many people's hearts to be moved. However, if Lu Susu really gave them a reward, they wouldn't dare to accept it because they couldn't swallow it. This kind of beauty could only be admired from afar, they couldn't get close to her and profane her. The 7 Emperors' rewards won't disappoint you. You just need to remember that this time, you have to make the 7 Emperors proud. Don't let Champion University and Yungu's Celestial Stage oppress you again. Next, everyone, get ready. Those who want to enter, take a token each. It will be used for sealing purposes, and it will be able to conceal the aura of a human. I'll go. I won't miss it. The gathering of the celestial emperors of the 3 great legends of the human realm, how can I be absent from such a stage? I will definitely seal the most of them and greatly spread the fame of the 7 emperors. The crowd was in high spirits. No one was willing to give in to the other. Although there was danger for them to become heavenly emperors, what kind of danger had they not seen before? Whoosh! Whoosh! Above the sky, mysterious jade tablets sprinkled down like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, landing in the hands of every heavenly emperor. With the infusion of spiritual energy, a faint demonic aura appeared on the surface of their bodies, concealing the aura of a human. Follow me. After a long time, the unparalleled immortal emperor flew forward. Everyone followed one after another. So many people, and they're all extremely strong cultivators. Wow! In the crowd, the 9 spirits of heaven were extremely excited. The stage of the celestial emperor's world? The 9 spirits of heaven had also joined the celestial emperor's world. Lin Ling was also feeling heroic. He wanted to fight against the heroes of the world. Don't think too highly of yourself. The 7 emperors have always had the least number of seals because the other 2 great legends know where the seals are, but we don't. White Cloud Heavenly Emperor reminded. Lin Ling frowned. It was obvious that the 100,000 barriers were not piled up in one place. They were scattered everywhere. Some were even hidden, while others were guarded by devil race experts. It seemed that the sealing process was not simple at all. The 9 spirits of heaven also calmed down. He looked at the unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the rest beside him and shook his head. Even these powerhouses weren't confident, let alone them. It's hard to say until the end, so don't lose confidence. Lin Ling comforted, making the 9 spirits of heaven nod their heads. Yeah, to be able to seal 3 seals, we can be considered to have made a profit. Moreover, it shouldn't be difficult because there are 100,000 seals. Even if we can't eat the meat, we can still drink some soup, said Bai Yun Tiendi with a smile. After a long time, everyone arrived above an ocean. This ocean had jet-black seawater. Demonic fishes overflowed. There were minotaurs, 6-headed crabs, and so on. However, this couldn't stop the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. At the center of the ocean, a gigantic spirit formation teleportation array appeared. It was extremely grand and majestic. At this moment, a large number of people rushed into the teleportation array. At a glance, there were actually countless Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Seeing that scene, many people became excited. The battlefield of Heavenly Emperors made people look forward to it. Go in. Remember, you will be separated inside, but try to gather as much as possible and form a team. Because this way, completing the mission will be faster. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor reminded. He had already reached an agreement with those veteran Heavenly Emperors. If they had the chance to meet, they would form a team with each other. After that, he flew into the vortex. Lin Ling and the rest nodded and entered one after another. In a distant place, several gazes were staring at Lin Ling, with thick killing intent. If you see him inside, kill him without mercy. The person who spoke was shockingly Xianyuan Zhoutian. Apart from him, there was also Princess Fire Cloud and the rest. Although Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak, the ones participating in the mission this time were diamond-level Heavenly Emperors. Lin Ling was simply not a match. After Lin Ling stepped into the teleportation array, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. He had been here before. This made his heart beat violently. Thinking about it, he suddenly understood. It wasn't him who had been here before, but the owner of the eyes had been here before. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling's feet stepped on the ground, all the strange feeling disappeared. Looking ahead, it was like entering the human world, but the demonic qi was extremely dense. And far away, people of the demon race could be faintly seen. Those people's skin was slightly different, and some of them looked like demons, with a bird's head and a snake's body. Of course, there were also demon race people who looked similar to humans. True martial realm, the core of the demon domain's teleportation array. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He glanced at the jade pendant hanging on his waist and channeled his spiritual qi into it. Demonic qi immediately appeared and shrouded his entire body. He put on a large cloak and went on his way. The teleportation array was random, so he didn't know where the 9 spirits of heaven and the rest were, so he could only try his luck. Human. Go to hell. Compared to Lin Ling's cautiousness, some of the Heavenly Emperors who came here for the first time were used to showing off. They didn't even use their jade cards. Immediately, they were surrounded by many people of the demon race, and then they were exhausted to death. The demon race cultivates demonic qi. Their strength isn't weak, roughly between the saint realm. Lin Ling secretly thought, then he looked ahead and suddenly frowned. The world was so big, and it was really difficult to find the sealing array. Chapter 1666. Sword Conference, Eye of Time. Lin Ling was not anxious. He looked ahead, searching for history. In history, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, many humans had entered this place. They were also sealing enchantments, allowing Lin Ling to know the locations of the nearby enchantments. However, Lin Ling did not take action. He continued to search for history. Finally, at the beginning of history, he saw a familiar figure. It was the Realm Master. It turned out that the sealing enchantments here were set up by the Realm Master. Later generations only needed to strengthen the enchantments for 100 years. If I can find the Realm Master, then I will know the location of all the sealing enchantments. Lin Ling immediately became excited. He continued to look at the time. It turned out that before the Realm Master set up the sealing enchantments, he had also come here. At that time, he was only a youth. He had wandered the world and left behind a thick memory here. Dreamlike Mountain. Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. He had a feeling that if he wanted to find all the sealing enchantments, the only way was to go to Dreamlike Mountain. Because that was an extremely important place in the life of the Realm Master. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling stepped forward. At this moment, he was like a lonely swordsman. One man, one wine, the world is mine to walk. Unfortunately, he did not have a sword. This was a flaw in an otherwise perfect situation. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw many Sky Emperors. They hid their figures, transformed into demons, and walked on the ground. Similarly, many Sky Emperors also saw Lin Ling but did not pay much attention to him. Although the Jade Token could emit devil chi, as humans, they could still sense each other. Gradually, Lin Ling left the remote mountain range and arrived at a flourishing city. This place was as lively as the human world. Many demons also learned the habits of humans. For example, wearing clothes, eating cooked food, etc. However, their appetite was huge. Although they were used to it, most of them still liked to eat raw meat. Dreamlike City. Lin Ling stopped in front of a majestic city. There were 3 large words on the city, and it was dreamlike. This surprised him, because in the eye of time, there was only Dreamlike Mountain in the past, and there was no city. Clearly, after countless years, the Devil region had also changed. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling stepped into the city and entered a restaurant to inquire for information. But moments later, Lin Ling frowned. This was because the Dreamlike Mountain he was looking for had become a forbidden zone. Not to mention humans, even demons would find it difficult to approach. Hey, you're a human, but you're eating and drinking in the demon race's restaurant. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? At that moment, laughter came from the table next to him. Lin Ling looked over and saw a woman with dark skin. She had 2 horns on her head, and she was surrounded by thick devil chi. However, Lin Ling smiled. He could sense that she was a human. He wondered which of the 3 great myths of the mortal world was the Celestial Emperor. Aren't you the same? Lin Ling took a sip of the fiery demon race's wine and replied with a smile. Aya, this old lady kindly reminded you, but you're still being arrogant. The woman immediately laughed and said, which god myth is Heavenly Emperor? The 7 Emperors' Heavens. Lin Ling did not hide anything and replied indifferently. Alright, since you're from the 7 Emperors' Heavens, this old lady will not teach you a lesson today. But let me remind you, it's best if you have a horn on your forehead. Otherwise, you'll be easily noticed. As for your skin color, it's up to you. The demon race's skin color is also a mess. The woman also took a sip of wine and reminded him with a smile. Thank you. Lin Ling stood up and left. A horn had also appeared on his forehead, making him look even more like a demon. The woman stared at Lin Ling and could not help but be stunned. Lin Ling was handsome with cold features. Especially his eyes, they gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. Now that he had a horn, his entire aura had changed. Demonic charm, yet with a sense of indifference. What an interesting fellow. I forgot to ask for his name. If I return to the mortal world, this old lady might chase after him. The Empress muttered to herself. This person was a diamond-level Heavenly Emperor. His strength was terrifying. After leaving the inn, Lin Ling looked at the demon race around him and could not help but ponder. How should he get close to Dreamlike Mountain? Sword Conference. The 13 Heavens of Demon Cloud is holding a sword conference to recruit a son-in-law. Any demon race member can participate. Quickly go and take a look. All the heroes and demons of the world have gathered. I wonder who is more powerful. I heard that the 9th Commandery Princess is using martial arts to recruit a son-in-law. In the streets, a large number of voices could be heard, causing the demon race members to move forward majestically. Sword Conference? Lin Ling furrowed his brows. His gaze swept over and immediately saw that among the fiend race's people, several heavenly emperor powerhouses were also hidden inside, advancing forward. Right now, Lin Ling could not find a way to go to Dreamlike Mountain, so he might as well go and take a look. The sword conference this time was in the center of the city. A magnificent martial stage had been set up there, gathering the demon race from all over the world. Under the curtain of the Southern Demon Emperor, there was the son of Mod, and even the great Demon King. It was extremely lively. Around the martial stage were chains as thick as water buckets, binding 4 giant beasts. It was a giant beast with the body of an ox and the head of a lion. In between breaths, storms rose everywhere. It was extremely ferocious. Similarly, there was a 9-headed bird and a demonic dragon flying in the sky. They were all tied up, adding to the momentum of the martial arts competition. Grand, this was the real martial arts competition for a spouse. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He sensed that the aura of the 4 giant beasts was actually at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. If placed in the mortal world, any one of these giant beasts would be a disaster. Ordinary silver-level heavenly emperors would not be a match for them. His gaze swept around. There were many powerhouses here. Wuxing's aura spread out from time to time. This made Lin Ling think that if his identity as a human was exposed here, he would definitely die. Involuntarily, he secretly glanced around and saw a heavenly emperor. At this moment, he was also hiding there, not daring to breathe loudly. Yo, you've come to watch the martial arts competition for a spouse. Be careful, there are too many powerhouses gathered here. If you're discovered, you'll definitely not be able to escape. At this moment, a voice came from beside Lin Ling. It was the woman he saw in the restaurant. Lin Ling replied indifferently, "You too." "That's not necessarily true," the woman said unwillingly. "Your strength can block one person, but you can't recover the strength you consumed, so as long as you're trapped here, you'll still die," Lin Ling said. The woman immediately snorted coldly and said, "You're the first person who dares to speak to the Heavenly Emperor of the North Sea like that. But since I like you, I won't hold it against you." Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This woman was crazy. He looked forward again and saw that the martial arts competition for a spouse had already begun. The so-called 9th Commandery Princess was nowhere to be seen, but there were many people who wanted to be her husband. A 3-meter-tall demon with the head of a pig and the body of a human stepped onto the martial arts platform. He shouted coldly, "I've long heard that the 9th Commandery Princess is as beautiful as a flower. Today, I, the Zhu Peng demon, am going to take the 9th Commandery Princess home." "It's the Zhu Peng demon." The surrounding demons discussed animatedly. They seemed to know the pig-headed demon. Chapter 1667. Great Demon King's martial stage. Maybe the so-called 9th Commandery Princess looks the same as the pig head? You should know that the demon race's aesthetic standards are different from that of humans. The North Sea Celestial Emperor laughed, which made Lin Ling shudder. The pig head's appearance of the 9th Commandery Princess appeared in his mind. The purpose of this competition is to witness the experts of the realm of true force and also to encourage the demon race to become stronger. However, you can't use demon chi in this competition. You can only use martial arts. At this time, a dignified voice drifted out. On the other side of the martial stage, a man who was nearly 5 meters tall was sitting there. He was majestic and domineering. His long hair was scattered behind him, and he was mighty and domineering. He was the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud. Let's start. Don't talk nonsense. Surprisingly, a delicate voice came from the other side of the martial stage. The voice was very pleasant. It seemed to be the 9th commandery princess. Moreover, after her voice fell, the 5-meter-tall burly man actually bowed respectfully. This made Lin Ling curious. Wasn't the 13 heavens of the demon cloud recruiting a son-in-law? Why was the 13 heavens of the demon cloud so respectful to the woman's words? Could it be that the woman's identity was higher than the latter's? Shaking his head, Lin Ling simply didn't think too much about it. At this moment, in a room behind the martial stage, a young girl lazily looked at everything in front of her. She was eating grapes that were unique to the demon realm. Miss, in my opinion, the son of the southern demon king, Mo Yun, and the son of Mod, the great demon king of the realm of transformation, are the most likely to become your husband. Beside her, a maid smiled and said, I have already said that I am not the daughter of the demon king. How many times do you want me to say it? Also, my name is Xianyuan. Does your demon race have this surname? The young girl reprimanded. Miss, the great demon king said that you are the reincarnation of his daughter. The maid lowered her head and said. She was somewhat afraid of the young girl. Bah, I'm a human, and he's a demon. Moreover, he's 10 meters tall, and I'm petite. How could I be his daughter? The young girl said again, her voice filled with helplessness. Young miss, because your previous life was an energy-returning spirit mushroom, and the great demon king's daughter's previous life was also an energy-returning spirit mushroom. Both of them were formed from spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Even after reincarnating, both of them remained the same. In addition, young miss likes to sing, just like the great demon king's daughter. Therefore, young miss is one of the 5 great emperors of the demon region, the great demon king's daughter of the east. Nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. In the human world, some experts are formed from the essence of heaven and earth. These people are all reincarnated. I heard from the great Eastern Devil King that even the master of this world, the great Realm Lord, has reincarnated. It's just that we don't know where he has reincarnated. However, whenever the great Realm Lord is mentioned, the great Eastern Devil King's anger would overflow to the heavens. He doesn't allow us to talk about that person. Miss, you can't tell the great Eastern Devil King. Also, the great Eastern Devil King said that if you want to know about your previous life, you can find out in the Dreamlike Mountain. Alright. Stop nagging. You're so annoying. The young girl waved her hand. Her eyes were rolling. In fact, the marriage by martial arts competition was created by her. Her goal was to find a way to escape from this place. As for the Dreamlike Mountain and searching for the memories of her previous life, it was all nonsense. Look at that pig-headed devil. If he wins, I'll definitely slaughter him. He wants to be my husband. The young girl stared at the martial stage. She was furious. These devils were too ugly. She couldn't help but think of that fellow she met in the ghost region. Although that fellow was arrogant, he was still pleasing to the eye. She wondered where he had died. If only time froze when we first met. The young girl muttered to herself. Her lips curled into a moving smile. I gave him a song. He should have received it. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the battle on the martial stage was extremely intense. Although they weren't allowed to use devil chi, the people of the devil region had innately strong bodies. Therefore, relying on martial arts techniques was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling was extremely bored. Was this a sword competition for marriage? First, there was a pig-headed devil. Next, there was a monkey-like devil. One of them held a hammer in one hand and the other held a stick in the other. The so-called sword competition? Where was the sword? The devils imitated humans in everything, but they didn't look like humans at all. This marriage by martial arts competition is really interesting. Not only will the winner be able to marry the 9th commandery princess, but he will also be able to enter the dreamlike mountain to marry her. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor looked at the signboard in the distance and said. His words made Lin Ling's pupils dilate. He wasn't interested in this marriage by martial arts competition. However, he was very interested in the dreamlike mountain. Only by going there could he find all the seals and enchantments. Thinking of this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate. As soon as the battle ended, he jumped onto the martial stage. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor was stunned. His pupils constricted. This kid is crazy. At the same time, the scattered celestial emperors around the martial stage all gasped. Because there were so many strong cultivators here, even they had to be careful. However, a human jumped onto the martial stage and became the center of attention. If he was careless and was discovered, he would be dead for sure. It should be Lin Ling, this guy. In a corner of the martial stage, a man smiled bitterly. He was the reigning celestial emperor. He didn't expect to meet Lin Ling here, and in such a shocking way. Beside him, the 9 spirits of heaven and Biyao Tiandi were also there. They met on the way, so they walked together. Boss, you're so fierce. What a bastard. Could it be that you're so attracted by beauty that you don't even want your life anymore? The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor was enraged. Lin Ling's actions were too reckless. The 9 spirits of heaven looked at her strangely. He didn't understand why she was angry, but he still said, Beauty? Biyao Tiandi, you think too much. Look at that pig-headed demon, you can imagine how beautiful the 9th commandery princess is. Biyao Tiandi looked over and felt like vomiting. He cursed Lin Ling in his heart for marrying the pig-headed 9th commandery princess. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about that at all. He appeared on the martial stage indifferently. Wearing a cloak, he looked very mysterious. You're so short. I'm afraid you can't withstand my hammer. How dare you steal my wife with such a small body? On the other side of the martial stage, the pig-headed demon sneered. Even the breath from his nose could form a small storm. Look at his body. He should be from the Charm Fox Demon clan. No, he doesn't have a tail. Maybe he's from the Moon Rabbit clan. He must be. Only those from the Moon Rabbit clan look like this. He doesn't look like a man at all. The surrounding demons sneered. As for the girl in the room, she nodded slightly. Finally, she saw a man with a normal body. She just didn't know what he looked like. Zhu Ping Demon King, smash him with your hammer. The surrounding voices became crazier. As for the unhindered Heaven Emperor and the others, they shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling had forced himself to a dead end because he couldn't explode his spiritual qi in front of the experts of the demon clan. He could only compete with strength. This demon, use your sword. At this moment, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud on the other side of the martial stage said lightly. I don't have a sword. Can I use other weapons instead? Lin Ling said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter around the martial stage became crazier. Even the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud shook their heads. Only the girl in the room frowned slightly. She felt that the voice was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Chapter 1668. 8-Sword Stream, ha. Ha ha. Everyone laughed even louder. Did he think he could defeat the Zhu Ping Demon King's giant hammer with just a tree branch? This guy has a strong physical body and good fire-based martial arts. Is his sword Dao okay? Biyao Tiandi was getting more and more worried. Who knows? Haha. The 9 spirits of heaven had never seen Lin Ling use a sword, so he shook his head. Let's begin. Haha. At this moment, Lin Ling said calmly on the martial stage. Although Lin Ling had been suppressing his opponents with violence most of the time after he became stronger, his attainments in Sword Dao were extremely profound. Now that the martial stage did not allow him to use other powers, it was just right for him. Poison Demon. Haha. At this moment, the huge Zhu Peng Demon King sneered and strode forward. The hammer in his hand whistled loudly, and the strong wind caused the martial stage to crack. The most terrifying thing was that his speed was not slow at all despite his huge size. It looked like he was taking one step, but in fact, he took 9 steps, forming an intricate movement pattern. It could be seen that the Zhu Peng Demon King was not weak because he did not use his demon qi. Otherwise, his strength would be even more terrifying, and he would have few opponents in the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Pop! Pop! The giant hammer swept through the void. It looked like it was smashing down with brute force, but in fact, it had a mysterious charm, as if it could attack and defend at will. However, Lin Ling still held the tree branch in his hand and remained motionless. His cloak fluttered, and at this moment, he looked like a lonely swordsman, giving off an indescribable feeling. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits. However, just as the giant hammer was about to smash Lin Ling's head, Lin Ling finally moved. His movement was very simple. He quickly drew his sword and stabbed out at an unimaginable speed, allowing the tree branch to touch the Zhu Peng Demon King's neck. Almost at the same time, a bone-piercing chill bloomed, causing the Zhu Peng Demon King's body to tremble. He had a feeling that even though it was just a branch, if it really pierced down, he would definitely die. This caused his giant hammer to stop smashing down. Time seemed to stop. Countless gazes were fixed on the martial stage. There, the tall Zhu Peng Demon King raised his giant hammer, and below him, the thin man drew his sword with one hand. The sword was pointed at his neck, forming a shocking scene. Fight, fight, fight for a spouse, you can't kill. A moment later, the Zhu Peng Demon King's terrified voice could be heard. You lost. Lin Ling said faintly as he put away the branch. Boom. The crowd's hearts exploded. He won, that skinny guy actually won. It was a wonderful battle. This was the real sword technique conference. When a swordsman does not draw his sword, he is calm and relaxed. But when he draws his sword, it is as powerful as thunder. It's fine if you don't move, but when you do, it's like a thunderbolt. Moreover, it's a fatal strike. What a powerful sword technique. On the other side of the martial stage, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud frowned. This sword technique conference was not a competition of strength, but of skill. He did not expect that there would be a demon whose sword attainments had reached the point of perfection. I lost, you are still the best. The Zhu Peng Demon King walked down. He was well aware that if he used his full strength, that short man was not his match. But in terms of the sword, he really could not compare. That short man's sword was not only fast, but it could also kill in one strike. Interesting, I will fight you. At this time, a 2-meter-tall, thin man with purple skin walked up. He was wearing white bone armor, and on the bone armor, there were beast teeth on his shoulders and elbows. The most shocking thing was that he actually had 8 arms. 8 Desolation Demon King. The surrounding demons clearly knew who this man was and could not help but cheer. Lin Ling bitterly smiled in his heart. To be honest, he did not want to continue fighting because the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be. However, if he wanted to enter the dreamlike mountain, this battle would be unavoidable. Your sword technique is very powerful. You can turn complex into simple. It is a true killing sword. However, with such a perfect sword, I want to see if it is invincible. The man called 8 Desolation Demon King faintly said. His 8 arms shook and unexpectedly, they were 8 swords. Moreover, all of them were pointed at Lin Ling, and a sharp atmosphere spread out. I am the 8 Desolation Demon King, the #1 swordsman of the true martial world. Although your sword is perfect, it has a fatal flaw. If you lose, I will tell you. There has never been a perfect sword, and mine is the same. You say that my sword has a flaw, then you can point it out to me. Staring at the other party, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. As long as it was a person who truly entered the Tao of the sword, he would respect such a person. Hunting, Moonless, Cloud Light, I Am, Armor Break, Demon Return, Sky Valley, Radiant, these 8 swords are my favorite swords. To be able to lose to the number 1 swordsman, you should be proud. Clang. The 8 swords let out sword cries. These swords were extremely famous in the true martial world. Your weakness is that you are too simple. You lack the tyranny of the sword. 8 Sword Current. The 8 Desolation Demon King moved. Like falling leaves, like meteors from the heavens, the 8 swords actually carried a trace of origin energy. Although he had suppressed the devil chi, it was undeniable that his sword moves were indeed powerful. Clang clang clang. Lin Ling's figure floated up, using a tree branch to block. Furthermore, he did not dare to meet force with force, so he could only strike from the side. 8 Sword Current is the true meaning of the way of the sword. If you win against me, so what if my sword belongs to you? The aura of the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword was extremely sharp, causing the entire martial stage to be filled with sword light. Seeing this, many demon clan sucked in a breath of cold air. If he used the devil chi, then the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword would be even more powerful. That idiot, he clearly has his own advantage, yet he insists on competing with the sword. Bayan Tiandi stared at the intense martial stage and said with dissatisfaction. You don't understand. Sometimes, competing with the sword is also a competition of the heart of martial arts. This is a battle between men. The 9 spirits of heaven shook his head. He looked at Lin Ling on the martial stage, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. At this moment, the martial stage's chi was rolling, and the ground was cut open. Many people saw that Lin Ling was almost cut in half a few times, but he narrowly avoided it. So, your weakness is very obvious. Your sword is too simple, and you lack the tyranny of the sword. Take this move of mine, 3 disasters. A voice came out from the martial stage. The 8 swords turned into 16, 16 turned into 32, 32 turned into 64, and gradually, the sky was filled with swords, making it impossible for people to dodge. That guy is going to lose. Many demon clans stopped breathing. Who could dodge such a sword? At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He stared at the swords, and his eyes finally flashed with light. Unavoidable swords, then open up a sky for yourself. Wang. The tree branch in his hand shook, and shot out like a dragon. It actually sent the 4 swords flying at a tricky angle, and then pierced towards the 8 Desolation Demon King. At this moment, the swords seemed to have come to life, and once again, it was fatal. Chapter 1669. 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. It's just as the 8 Desolation Devil Lord said, his sword is too simple and lacks the tyranny of the sword. Right now, even though the 8 Desolation Devil Lord has been struck by his sword, he is still fine. As expected, the sword of the Moon Rabbit clan is like a sword played by a woman. The surrounding demon clans were surprised at first, but seeing that the 8 Desolation Devil Lord was safe and sound, many of them relaxed. Because the 8 Desolation Devil Lord simply would not lose. However, something unexpected happened. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord retracted his sword and stood up. I lost. What? Everyone was shocked. How did it turn out like this? If not for the fact that I was wearing the white bone dragon armor, I would have been injured by the previous sword strike. Therefore, I relied on external objects to win, and did not win the true battle of swordsmen. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord looked at Lin Ling, waved his 8 arms, and 8 swords landed in front of Lin Ling. He said, "These swords, you are more suitable to be their master, but I want to know, why did I lose?" Lin Ling smiled. This 8 Desolation Devil Lord was magnanimous. He was a real swordsman, He nodded. Your sword is indeed powerful, but it is too gaudy. Sometimes when swordsmen fight, gaudy swords are also swords that expose their weaknesses. A real swordsman does not easily use his sword, in order to find the opponent's weakness. If he uses his sword easily, he will be the first to reveal his weakness. Also, my sword is indeed lacking in tyranny, but all of my power is concentrated on the tip of the sword. Only by being as immovable as a mountain can one not reveal any flaws. So that's how it is. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord's pupils constricted as he knelt down on one knee. Admirable. So this is how the number 1 swordsman of the true martial world was defeated. Staring at the martial stage, many of the demon clan's admitted the truth in front of them. They looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. Perhaps, the Moon Rabbit clan was the number 1 swordsman of the true martial world. After all, after reaching the Heavenly Emperor realm, everyone cultivated their source energy. They did not expect that Lin Ling's sword Dao would still not be lost, and was still as sharp as ever. Take your sword back. Lin Ling laughed again. 8 swords, what would he do with them? What? You look down on my sword and humiliate me? Bahuang Devil Lord frowned, looking a little angry. That's not the case. A swordsman's sword will accompany him for his entire life. How can he hand it over after a single battle? Furthermore, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. The sword that you like, I naturally won't take it away. Lin Ling shook his head. 8 Desolation Devil Lord's body trembled, and kowtowed to Lin Ling. I, 8 Desolation Devil Lord, am not convinced of anyone in my entire life. You are the first. With that, he sheathed his sword and strode away. Lin Ling looked at his back and smiled again. Although the people of the devil race were cruel and heartless, they were also magnanimous. The surroundings of the martial stage were completely silent. Now that even the Devil Lord of 8 Desolation had been defeated, who in the true martial world would be a match for that youth? This Lin Ling is truly an arrogant fellow. He dares to ascend the martial stage in the devil race. Isn't he afraid of being discovered as a human? Some of them were tall, some were short, and some were from the various races of the devil realm. However, if there were humans here, they would be able to discover that they were also humans. I heard that there are several sealing enchantments in the vicinity of the Dreamlike Mountain. However, the Dreamlike Mountain has become a forbidden area, so that fellow must want to enter the Dreamlike Mountain. Someone sneered. Originally, we should have given up on the sealing enchantment of the Dreamlike Mountain. But now, I'm a little moved. One of them coldly spat out a sentence, causing the others to look at him in shock. They said in disbelief, could it be that you want to compete in martial arts? You have to know that it's very dangerous there. With Lin Ling here, how can I let him do as he wishes? Although I don't understand the sword, I'm a diamond-level Heavenly Emperor. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him. That person's voice was filled with confidence. He slowly removed his cloak, revealing a jade-like face with the domineering aura of an emperor. It was Xianyuan Jiu Tian. What if we're discovered? Someone frowned. Cover me with all your might. At least if I'm discovered, Lin Ling will be too. Xianyuan Jiu Tian took a large step forward and headed towards the martial stage. The others nodded, their eyes filled with the light of facing death. At this moment, on the martial stage, Lin Ling let out a light breath. Finally, no one was going up. If the competition continued, no one knew if there would be any accidents. It was best to be careful in the devil realm. However, at this moment, a figure leaped onto the martial stage, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Another person had gone up, and it was a human. In that instant, anger rose in Lin Ling's heart. As humans, this was harming others and himself. At the same time, the heavenly emperors hidden around the martial stage were extremely surprised. This was because a heavenly emperor had gone up. If they were discovered to be humans, then the 2 people on the martial stage would die. That heavenly emperor was being a busybody. Damn it, it's one of the 9 heavenly emperors, Xianyuan Jiu Tian. The unhindered heavenly emperor frowned. That bastard. Shouldn't we be united here? He's trying to take us down with him. Perhaps, he's here to cause trouble. Baiyan Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven spoke at the same time. However, they could only wait and see. I'm very interested in a sword competition. Do you dare to come? On the martial stage, Xianyuan Jiu Tian stood there indifferently. He had 2 horns on his head and a lion's tail behind him. He looked more like a demon than Lin Ling, like a great demon king of the demon race. It's you. Lin Ling recognized the other party, so he knew that the other party was here to cause trouble. What, you don't dare to fight? Don't worry, I won't use my demonic chi here. A sword competition is a sword competition. I won't bully a junior like you. Xianyuan Jiu Tian said arrogantly. He was a diamond-level heavenly emperor, so he naturally wouldn't use his true strength to bully Lin Ling. That would be an unfair victory. Then let's fight. Lin Ling nodded, knowing that this battle was unavoidable. Xianyuan Jiu Tian was obviously stronger than him, but the good thing was that no one dared to use their spiritual chi here. My sword, 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. At the same time, Xianyuan Jiu Tian revealed his sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the sound of a phoenix rang out, and the illusion of 100 birds appeared, forming a miracle. What a powerful sword! The surrounding demons didn't understand weapons at all. They only felt that the sword was very impressive. Only the 13 heavenly kings of demon clouds' eyes flickered as they muttered to themselves, a divine weapon. Similarly, the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others were also shocked. They could see the level of the sword. It was a divine weapon. Hey, you're too ugly. Others are using branches, but you're using a sword. Is this a sword conference? The 8 Desolation Demon King was the #1 swordsman in the realm of true martial, so he naturally noticed the level of the sword. He immediately shouted angrily. If you feel that you can't win, you can admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiu Tian ignored the voices around him and said indifferently. He wasn't good at swordsmanship, and he couldn't use his full strength here, so he naturally relied on external assistance. Despicable. Chapter 1670. A broken sword might still be able to kill the enemy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he couldn't use his full strength now, so he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he was discovered, his fate would be even more miserable. So even if it was unfair, he still chose to fight. I hope your swordsmanship is as powerful as your sword. The branch in Lin Ling's hand shook, indicating that he had accepted the challenge. However, his words were full of ridicule. You will know. Xianyuan Jiutian knew that he was mocking him, but he didn't care. Swoosh. The 2 of them didn't say anything else. They stepped onto the martial stage and collided in midair. Clang, clang, clang. In a short span of a breath, the 2 of them had exchanged over 100 blows. Lin Ling's advantage was his physical strength and his attainments in sword Dao. Although Xianyuan Jiutian had cultivated for a longer time and was stronger than him, in terms of sword Dao, Lin Ling was still several streets ahead of him. Xianyuan Jiutian's advantage was very simple. It was the divine weapon in his hand. Although he did not dare to activate the power of the divine weapon, the sword of 100 birds facing the wind was extremely powerful even without using anything. Feng Jiutian. With a slash of the sword, waves of energy rolled out, and a waterfall appeared, slashing out a ditch on the martial stage. 12 swords of flowing cloud. Lin Ling casually used a powerful sword move, which formed a natural flow of water, and blocked that waterfall. However, his figure was still pushed back, and the blood in his body was boiling. As expected of a divine weapon, its attack was domineering and magnificent. If it wasn't for his powerful physical body, the previous sword strike would have been enough to defeat him. Yo, this Lord's sword is so powerful. It only knows how to slash horizontally. Don't tell me you don't have any other profound sword moves. On the other side of the martial arts platform, the 9 spirits of heaven shouted, causing many demons to shout as well. Bullshit sword conference. I think he doesn't understand the sword at all. He just used the sword in his hand to sweep across. What a disgrace. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was the one who was truly proficient in swordsmanship. Xianyuan Jiutian didn't know anything about swordsmanship at all. He was only relying on the sword in his hand to crush his opponents. What do you know about swords? However, the most infuriating thing was that Xianyuan Jiutian did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he replied disdainfully, as if he was saying, "You are just a sparrow. How could you know the grand plan of an eagle?" Anger. The 9 spirits of heaven were furious. They had never seen such a shameless person. The other demons were also cursing in anger. It was one thing for him to borrow the strength of the treasured sword in his hand, but he was even mocking them. Your Excellency's sword Dao is indeed powerful. However, do you want to know your weakness? Xianyuan Jiutian was standing on the battle stage. He waved his weapon and Lin Ling couldn't even get close to him. Really? Please give me some pointers. Lin Ling said coldly as he blocked the sword and retreated. It's the sword in your hand. That's the flaw. Xianyuan Jiutian smiled calmly, as if he knew how to defeat Lin Ling. Of course, his words were nonsense, because Lin Ling had a tree branch, and he had a divine weapon. How could the two be compared? Take my sword, Feng Lai Yi. Xianyuan Jiutian began to suppress Lin Ling with his divine weapon, causing the surrounding people to curse even more. Crack. The tree branch in Lin Ling's hand couldn't withstand the pressure and broke. He kept moving around, avoiding the sharp edge of the divine weapon. However, many people could see that he was in danger. Your sword is too flashy, too immature. You should just admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian's voice floated out from time to time, as if he was a swordsman of the generation, suppressing Lin Ling's pride. Then, let me talk about your weakness. Your sword is indeed powerful, but your level of sword Dao is low, like a clown. You only know how to use one sword. Therefore, I only need to use one sword to find your weakness and defeat you. Lin Ling's voice floated out, causing Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling was so stubborn. Then you can try. Xianyuan Jiutian pressed towards Lin Ling, and his divine weapon let out a sword cry. With a crack, it finally broke the tree branch in Lin Ling's hand. Around the martial stage, all the devils exclaimed. Lin Ling's sword was broken. Huh, broken sword, how are you going to fight? Admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian laughed heartily as he stared at the broken tree branch on the ground. Suddenly, he became high-spirited. Today, he came to ruin Lin Ling's plans, and he was very satisfied with the result. Of course, if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing Lin Ling. Moreover, he suddenly thought that as long as he defeated Lin Ling, he would be able to marry the 9th Commandery Princess. Then, he would be able to enter the sealed enchantment of the dreamlike mountain. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted Lin Ling to be defeated. A dignified heavenly emperor of the generation, relying on such despicable means, the Yungu Immortal Plateau's face has been completely disgraced by him. The unhindered heavenly emperor and the others had ugly expressions, and their hearts were burning with rage. Go to hell. Xianyuan Jiutian didn't care about them. The divine weapon pierced out, and a phoenix seemed to be crying in the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't have a sword anymore. He only had a broken tree branch in his hand. How could he fight? At this moment, many of the devils were nervous. Even the young girl in the room far away was covering her mouth with her small hands, full of worry. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling's face was getting calmer and calmer. He was like the clouds in the sky, and also like a swordsman who had seen all the Tao of swords in the world. When the divine weapon pierced towards him, he only moved his feet slightly, allowing the divine weapon to pierce through him. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain. He's been hit. Many people's pupils trembled violently. Was the young man from the Moon Rabbit clan dead? You're not qualified to compete with me in swords. Xianyuan Jiutian maintained his piercing posture, but he sneered and looked at the crowd arrogantly. The 9th Commandery Princess belongs to me. When his words came out, the crowd was silent. Although Xianyuan Jiutian's victory was ugly, it was undeniable that he had won. When it came to swords, no one was a match for him. That's not necessarily true. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly came out. It sounded weak, but it was extremely firm and had the arrogance of a sword. Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils trembled. He looked up and saw Lin Ling, who had been pierced by the divine weapon. Lin Ling slowly raised his head, and a cold and confident smile appeared on his handsome face. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward and allowed the divine weapon to pierce through his shoulder. Blood spurted out, but he was getting closer and closer to Xianyuan Jiutian. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a move. A broken sword may still be able to kill the enemy. A cold voice suddenly came out. Lin Ling raised the tree branch in his hand and shot it towards Xianyuan Jiutian's neck. Although the tree branch was broken, it was still sharp. It turned out that Lin Ling had used his body to get closer to Xianyuan Jiutian so that he could deal a fatal blow. After all, he knew that it was impossible to defeat Xianyuan Jiutian with conventional Dao of swords. You! Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He realized that the tree branch was not a tree branch, but a real sword. The murderous intent was strong enough to crush his neck. Boom! Chapter 1671. Identity exposed. The martial stage suddenly became silent. Many demons were so excited that their mouths were wide open. Wonderful, very wonderful sword conference. No one thought that the young man would use a tree branch to fight against a divine weapon and turn defeat into victory. A broken sword may not be unable to kill the enemy. That sentence appeared in the minds of all the demons. Even the 8 Desolation Demon King trembled. This was a swordsman, a real swordsman. So what if the sword was broken? It was also a broken sword. Huh, arrogant, arrogant. You dare to compete with my boss? So what if you are a heavenly emperor? Xianyuan Jiu-hun laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's sword had won beautifully. He had fought back from the brink of death, defeating the strong with the weak. Where's your divine weapon? Don't you know the way of the sword very well? Why are you running away in fear now? The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor's voice was filled with mockery as he spoke. Trash, you still lost even with a sword in your hand. What kind of sword are you practicing? You obviously don't know anything about swords, but you pretend that you know everything. Now you even gave up the sword in your hand. Don't you feel that your previous words are like slapping your own face? The demons were magnanimous. They were not pleasing to the eye, so they all scolded. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian's expression was extremely ugly in the sky. He had lost all his face. He was a diamond-level celestial emperor, yet he had lost to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he had a divine weapon in his hand. If news of this spread to the human world, he would lose all his face. Of course, he also knew that the hidden heavenly emperors around the martial stage should have seen this. You are a human. However, at this time, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud said coldly. Many demons' faces changed. They realized that although Xianyuan Jiutian had demonic chi, the aura he released was the power of the Saint Ocean. Human, it's actually a human, kill him. Kill. The demons and humans had always been irreconcilable. No one knew when this hatred was born. In short, in their subconscious, they must kill any human they see. This idiot. Around the martial stage, the hidden celestial emperors all roared angrily. Xianyuan Jiutian had simply thrown away the face of humanity, and had even implicated them. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian finally reacted. His expression became even more ferocious. Not only did he not achieve his goal today, but his identity was also exposed. However, he quickly sneered, "Yes, I am indeed a human. However, I am not the only human here. There are a few humans on the martial stage." He pointed in several directions of the martial platform, making the expressions of those heavenly emperor powerhouses even uglier. Xianyuan Jiutian betrayed them. There's another big piece of news. The young man on the martial stage is also a human. Xianyuan Jiutian pointed at Lin Ling and said, as if he was cutting off all means of retreat. It was as if he was saying, "Lin Ling, if you don't show me any mercy, I won't show you any mercy either. Let's see who will win." What, he's human too? Impossible. He's definitely a demon. Many demons did not believe that Lin Ling was a human. Perhaps today, Lin Ling had conquered their hearts with his sword. Huh, Lin Ling, do you still want to pretend? I can tell you that if anyone dies, you will die first. With your strength, you won't be able to escape from here, but I might not. Xianyuan Jiutian sneered, and his smile was extremely contented. Kill him, kill him. Kill him. The surrounding atmosphere became more and more solemn. It seemed that life and death were at stake at this moment. The unhindered Celestial Emperor and the others looked solemn. Now that Lin Ling wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to do so. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from the other side of the martial stage. What nonsense are you talking about? He is my husband, a real demon. How can he be a human? Ninth Commandery Princess. Hearing this, the expressions of all the demons changed drastically. Xianyuan Jiutian was originally laughing, but now his face became stiff. He was sure that Lin Ling was definitely a human. But why did the Ninth Commandery Princess say that Lin Ling was a demon? Ninth Commandery Princess, don't be fooled by him. He is a human, and he came from the same place as me. Xianyuan Jiutian could not help but say. He could be hunted down by the demons, but Lin Ling could not be an exception. Bullshit. He's a demon. He's from the Moon Rabbit clan. I can prove it. The Ninth Commandery Princess's voice floated out, which made Xianyuan Jiutian gnash his teeth in anger. She was lying through her teeth. You arrogant little brat, let me ask you, are you from the Moon Rabbit tribe? The Ninth Commandery Princess asked Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still thinking about the imminent disaster. When he heard the voice, he could not help but be shocked. Arrogant little brat? Was she talking about him? However, it was a matter of life and death, so of course he would cooperate. Yes, I am from the Moon Rabbit tribe. The Ninth Commandery Princess and I grew up together. That arrogant little brat was spanked by me since she was a child. We had an arranged marriage. Lin Ling said with an honest face. Bullshit. Xianyuan Jiutian was about to go crazy. He was sure that Lin Ling did not know the Ninth Commandery Princess at all. However, Lin Ling was so cunning that he actually took advantage of the situation and made friends with the Ninth Commandery Princess. Around the martial arts stage, the Overlord of Heaven, Biyao Tiandi, and the others' eyes were twitching violently. Of course, they did not believe Lin Ling's words. Come on, beat this human to death. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Since he had decided to pretend to be a demon, he would do it until the end. The surrounding demons looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. However, at this moment, the Ninth Commandery Princess's voice came again. What? Can't you hear him? Or do you think I don't exist? Let me tell you, his words are my words. Yes, Ninth Commandery Princess. Before the others could say anything, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud stood up and stared at Xianyuan Jiutian with a murderous look. Xianyuan Jiutian's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the surrounding demons also began to stir with murderous intent. Lin Ling, you. Xianyuan Jiutian's face was distorted. How could this happen? He and Lin Ling were both humans, but Lin Ling was fine. However, he was going to be killed by the demons. This was too unfair. Could it be that the ninth commandery princess of the demon cloud liked Lin Ling? Lin Ling, why? Ninth commandery princess, I know everything that Lin Ling knows. Moreover, I am stronger and more handsome than him. Xianyuan Jiutian quickly said. At this moment, he did not believe that he was inferior to Lin Ling. Go to hell. You're as ugly as that pig head from before. How dare you compare yourself to my husband? Kill him. However, the ninth commandery princess did not give him any face. She shouted angrily, which was a blow to Xianyuan Jiutian. He looked at the surrounding demons and immediately ran away. Your sword, do you want it or not? What made him want to vomit blood was that on the battle platform, Lin Ling pulled out the divine weapon from his body and pointed it at him. It was as if he was saying that the divine weapon was very precious. Could it be that he didn't intend to take it and run away? However, how could he take it? If Xianyuan Jiutian did not leave, he would die here. He did not dare to take the most precious treasure in the world, let alone the magic weapon. Lin Ling, I will remember you. Chapter 1672. Guess who I am? Young Master Xianyuan, we're here to save you. In the distance, those heavenly emperors flew over to help Xianyuan Jiutian. Because Xianyuan Jiutian had a powerful origin, they couldn't let him die here. Moreover, Xianyuan Jiutian dared to enter the martial stage, so he naturally had a backup plan. Moreover, in his imagination, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Most importantly, Lin Ling's identity would also be exposed, but Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape at all. But now, the scene he imagined did not happen. Lin Ling was respected, but he had to flee. Kill. Those demon race experts moved out one after another. There were giants descending, and there were demonic dragons flying in the sky. Many heavenly emperors died there in a single exchange. Although those heavenly emperors resisted with all their might, it was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. After all, there were humans here. If they couldn't recover their exhausted strength, they couldn't escape death in the end. On the contrary, the heavenly emperors around the martial stage were safe and sound. All of them had a solemn expression and didn't dare to breathe loudly. This guy knows how to act. Now I'm wondering if he's a human. The North Sea Heavenly Emperor's eyes twitched. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. What a lucky guy. Although Bai Yun Tiandi was surprised, she still said sourly. Could it be that the pig-headed princess took a fancy to Lin Ling? Thinking of this, she was unwilling to admit defeat in her heart. Hearing her words, the 9 spirits of heaven and the unhindered heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. Lin Ling really surprised people. The battle in the distance didn't last long. 100 heavenly emperors fell very quickly. Only Xianyuan Jiutian and one person escaped with great vitality. Seeing the terrifying battle, the celestial emperors who were hiding around the martial stage felt their hearts sink. Dead, they were all dead. Xianyuan Jiutian wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in the end, not only did he fail to bully Lin Ling, but all of his people had died and he had even lost a divine weapon. Involuntarily, many heavenly emperors stared at Lin Ling on the martial platform, describing Lin Ling as an existence that could not be provoked. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. His expression was solemn. The members of the devil race were indeed powerful. He couldn't help but feel lucky. If he was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to escape death. However, who was helping him? Who was the 9th commandery princess? Brat, you're the only winner of the sword conference. Men, bring that brat to me. At this time, the voice of the 9th commandery princess came from the martial arts stage. Then, a devil walked towards Lin Ling. He clenched his right fist and placed it in front of his chest. He gave Lin Ling the most honorable salute of the devil tribe and invited Lin Ling to come forward. Lin Ling strode forward without hesitation. His blue cloak and the horn on his forehead made many of the devil race nod secretly. They didn't expect the Moon Rabbit tribe to be so powerful. Moreover, it seemed that the Moon Rabbit tribe was more handsome than the previous devil race. Baiyun Tiandi, the North Sea Heaven Emperor, and the others also stared at Lin Ling. They were a little stunned. Only when Lin Ling disappeared from their sight did they have a strange feeling in their hearts. He went to the 9th Commandery Princess. Will he be fine? The 9 spirits of heaven were a little worried. However, the Zongheng Heaven Emperor shook his head and said, if the 9th Commandery Princess wanted to kill him, she could have done so earlier. Why would she help Lin Ling? That's true. The 9 spirits of heaven finally felt relieved. Why would the 9th Commandery Princess help me? No matter what, I will not marry her. If she is too difficult to deal with, I will use force to kidnap her and force her to take me to the dreamlike mountain. Lin Ling walked forward as he thought to himself. He didn't want to hurt the 9th Commandery Princess, so he only planned to kidnap her. Soon, the devil race brought Lin Ling to a wing room and invited Lin Ling to enter. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. However, just as he entered, a figure suddenly shot out from behind the door. A pair of hands reached out to his eyes from behind. It seemed that the hands wanted to cover his eyes. Guess who I am? This sudden turn of events caused Lin Ling's expression to change. His many years of combat experience made him subconsciously slap away the hand behind him. He quickly turned around and pounced on the person behind him, pinning him under his body. What do you want? Yes. In the realm of true martial arts, although Lin Ling didn't want to provoke the devil race, he wouldn't put his life in the hands of others. Therefore, when someone attacked him before, he immediately fought back. However, after asking the question, Lin Ling also saw the face under his body. It was a delicate face with willowy eyebrows and limpid eyes. Hongyan's small mouth was wide open at this moment. Her fair skin showed that she was a young and charming girl. Most importantly, Lin Ling knew her. She was Xian Yuan Gu, who had gone through thick and thin with him in the ghost realm. It's you. Yes. Lin Ling was shocked. Wasn't Xian Yuan Gu a lone ranger? How come it was the 9th Commandery Princess? In the ghost realm, when we met for the first time, you pressed me under your body. At that time, I said that I would definitely take revenge. Good, I haven't taken my revenge yet. The second time we met, you did this again. Are you addicted to pressing people? The girl under him was Xian Yuan Gu, She was so angry that she clenched her teeth. I really didn't know it was you. Lin Ling stood up awkwardly, then held Xian Yuan Gu's small hand and pulled her up. Xian Yuan Gu was still angry, but she looked very beautiful. The little maid next to her stared at Lin Ling with a face full of surprise. I really didn't know it was you. I thought someone was going to do something bad to me. Lin Ling explained. What an overly cautious guy. Forget it, you didn't mean it this time, so I won't bother about it. Xian Yuan Gu pursed her lips, then smiled and said, last time in the ghost realm, you helped me escape. Now, I've helped you this time. You and I don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling also smiled. He glanced around the room and saw that there was still food. He immediately sat down and picked up the grapes on the table to eat. He had gone through thick and thin with Xian Yuan Gu, so he trusted her. Xian Yuan Gu also sat down and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. By the way, how did you become the 9th Commandery Princess? Lin Ling ate the grapes and asked curiously. No wonder someone had helped him before. It was this girl. I'm not the 9th Commandery Princess. I'm the daughter of the Great Eastern Demon King, one of the 5 demon emperors in the demon area. Xian Yuan Gu imitated Lin Ling and ate the grapes lazily. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Looking at Lin Ling's expression, Xian Yuan Gu giggled and said, don't expect me to explain anything. In fact, I'm even more confused than you. Anyway, after we parted ways in the ghost realm, I came to the demon area to explore. Who knew that I would encounter the demon army? Then, a man who was almost 10 meters tall told me that I was his daughter. By accident, I became the daughter of the great Eastern Demon King. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. There was such a strange thing. Chapter 1673. Life is like a dream, did you hear that? Not only am I the daughter of the great demon king of the East, but I am also the reincarnation of some mushroom. Therefore, even I feel that these things are a mess. Xian Yuan Gu, obviously did not accept her identity at all. Even Lin Ling felt that it was hard to accept, but he also felt that it was normal. In this world, some people could indeed be reincarnated, such as the Fire Spirit Princess, or the Emperor Peerless who was the essence of the earth, and so on. Miss, the great demon king of the East is one of the most ancient figures in this world. He was born before the realm lord of the heaven and earth. It is said that he even fought with the realm lord, so his words must be correct. Miss, you are indeed the daughter of the great demon king of the East. In the Eastern demon tribe, many demons know you. Then tell me how I died. Xian Yuan Gu said. The little maid was silent for a moment, as if she did not dare to say it, but she still opened her mouth and said, You fell in love with a human. However, at that time, humans and demons could not be together, so the great demon king of the East wanted to kill that human boy. Later, you pleaded for mercy, and the great demon king of the East let him go. After you separated from that boy, you were sad and tearful every day. Finally, under the longing, you silently died 100 years later. After that incident, the great demon king of the East was furious. He invaded the human world many times and slaughtered creatures until the transmission array between the demon realm and the human realm was sealed. Only then did he restrain himself. Later, he met you. The great demon king of the East immediately knew that you were his daughter. He was happy for a long time and let you do whatever you want. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Gu nodded. She also knew that the burly giant, who was nearly 10 meters tall, doted on her very much. Otherwise, he would have allowed her to organize a marriage contest because for her, the so-called marriage contest was just a game to kill time when she was bored. However, the great demon king of the East still allowed her to be willful. Is that human boy so spineless? The girl misses him and washes her face with tears every day. Did he not do anything? Xian Yuan Gu said. No, young Mississippi. In fact, the Eastern Devil King said that if he wanted to marry you, he would have to wait until the youth's power reached the level of a ruler. However, that youth did it and came back one day. Unfortunately, young Miss had already passed away at that time. The maid whispered. Xian Yuan Gu was stunned and deeply moved. The daughter of the great Eastern Demon King had also been waiting for the young man before she died. The young man had also returned. Neither of them had abandoned the other. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. They had missed each other. Lin Ling was also secretly regretful. The few of them then fell silent, causing the room to be somewhat quiet. A moment later, the little maid suddenly opened her mouth and said, Miss, if you don't believe me, you will know everything at Dreamlike Mountain. Xian Yuan Gu was not interested in Dreamlike Mountain at first, but now he was curious. Lin Ling looked at Xian Yuan Gu and then nodded. Dreamlike Mountain was also a place he wanted to go. The two of them exchanged a few words and then set off. Dreamlike Mountain was not far away. Although it was a forbidden area in the Zhen Wu world, it obviously could not stop Xian Yuan Gu. When the two of them arrived at the bottom of the legendary mountain, Mu Ran discovered that the mountain was very beautiful. It was filled with pink plants. When the wind blew, pink snow fluttered in the sky. So beautiful. Xian Yuan Gu muttered to herself. She stretched out her small hand and wanted to catch the pink snow in the sky. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward. he took the lead and walked towards the mountain. Xian Yuangu followed behind him with small steps. The Eastern Devil King said that when someone and Xian Yuangu set foot there, that person will be him. The little maid stared at the blue-robed youth, her heart beating violently. Dreamlike mountain. Life was like a dream, like fog, like flowers in a mirror, like the moon in the water. It was all empty at the end. It seemed to be saying that the so-called love was actually like a dream. In the end, there was no result. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Stepping on the snowy mountain path, Lin Ling smiled. His heart was extremely clear at this moment. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Xian Yuangu followed behind Lin Ling and said softly. She raised her head and looked at the peak of the mountain. There was a huge tree with pink flowers growing on the tree. It was extremely beautiful. I'll go there and take a look. She did not know why, but after seeing the tree, Xian Yuangu felt a sense of familiarity. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, he also felt a sense of familiarity because the Realm Lord had come here before. Moreover, to the Realm Lord, this was an extremely important place. Sealing enchantments. Lin Ling did not go to the peak of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, he saw a few ancient stone arrays. Those stones were about 2 meters tall. There were a total of 5 of them, and they were diamond-shaped. They emitted a sacred and inviolable majesty. However, Lin Ling knew that these were sealing enchantments. There were a total of 5 such sealing enchantments. This meant that out of the 100,000 sealing enchantments, Lin Ling could seal 5 of them. This made Lin Ling smile. 500 merit points were in his hands. He strode forward and came under one of the sealing enchantments. He took out the jade tablet hanging from his waist and gently touched the stone. Instantly, a dazzling light appeared. It was like ripples of water, causing the entire stone to turn blue. It was extremely beautiful. That mysterious blue color was like a tide, gradually turning the nearby rocks into a blue color, as if they were made of crystal. The sealing enchantment's power has been restored. Lin Ling smiled and continued forward. He began to seal enchantments one by one. In front of the last enchantment, Lin Ling stopped. His eyes stared at the ancient stone array and gradually flashed. In front of the stone array, he saw a familiar figure. It was the owner of the Eye of Time, the Realm Lord. There are regrets in life. If I had the determination back then and was ruthless enough, I could have taken her away. Unfortunately, because of my promise, I made her wait for thousands of years. When I returned in triumph, she had already left. In my life, I have come into contact with too many women, but she is the one I will never forget. Because she is my first love. In time, the man carried Lin Ling on his back and quietly looked at the stone array. His voice was calm, but Lin Ling could hear the heart-wrenching pain in it. Time could not be reversed. If it could be reversed, the man would have forcibly taken the girl away. He would not have agreed to wait until he was stronger and openly married the girl. Because at that time, the girl would have already left. Life could not wait. If he fell in love with her today, then he would have her today. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. In his mind, he suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the so-called she was Xian Yuangu's previous life? If that was the case, the one who fell in love with Xian Yuangu in her previous life was the young Realm Lord. Chapter 1674. Predestined Marriage. Time moved forward again. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling wasn't the Realm Lord, but the young Realm Lord. The young man swore that the day he ruled the world would be the day he openly married the young lady. Be it demons or humans, he didn't care. Even if the rules of heaven and earth didn't allow humans and demons to walk together, he would break this rule. The young man swore that when he ruled the world, he would definitely return. This period of time was obviously set by the Realm Lord when he was young. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed. The person in his heart couldn't wait for him. In the future, when he returned with the identity of the Realm Lord, he would only be left with regret. The path of an expert was never smooth sailing. Other than enemies, you also had to give up on many things. For example, your most beloved first love. The two periods of time appeared in front of Lin Ling, causing him to feel a piercing pain in his mind. His soul force was increasing crazily. At the same time, a soul martial art from his memories quietly appeared. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. Put on. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. His head felt like it was going to split open. Those memories seemed to be tearing him apart. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. This was the soul martial art that the Realm Lord comprehended after the departure of the young lady. In reality, this martial art wasn't strong to the Realm Lord, but it was a type of memory. However, this soul martial art was extremely powerful to the current Lin Ling. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul sea was roaring crazily. His soul force was increasing like water, causing his soul to almost collapse. It was obviously difficult for him to successfully cultivate the Realm Lord's soul martial art. While Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged, on the mountain peak, Xian Yuangu's little leather boots stepped on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the ancient tree. Who? The wind blew over, filling the sky with pink snow. Vaguely, she saw the promise between the young man and the young woman under the tree. They held hands and stood under the tree, making the promise of their youth. Shaoling, your father doesn't allow me to be with you. He said that humans and demons cannot coexist together. However, I, Li Xiaoyao, don't believe in this. I have the heavenly gaze. Be it humans or demons, I will break this rule. You only need to wait for me. When the day comes that I rule the world, I will marry you. At that time, no one will be able to stop us. The immature young man made a promise word by word. I believe you. The young girl was pure, like the pink snow in the sky. She had beautiful fantasies about love. That's great. The young man revealed a smile. It was extremely brilliant, but it was also filled with strong confidence. It's all real. Xian Yuangu's beautiful eyes became moist. She felt as if she was there. She knew that she was the daughter of the great demon king of the East in her previous life. At this moment, the young girl leaned on the young man's shoulder and said softly, even if we are separated in the end, our fated marriage will not end. It will not end even after thousands of lifetimes. In the future, if there comes a day when I come here again, the person who will accompany me will be you. If there comes a day when I am willing to reincarnate for you, we will meet again here. The young man smiled and said with determination. Boom! Xian Yuangu's heart roared. She subconsciously looked at the young man in the mountain. Her eyes became moist. The promise from the previous life, the fated marriage, would not end even after thousands of lifetimes. If there comes a day when they meet again here, that person will be him. No matter who is reincarnated, they will meet again. And now, they are reunited in the dreamlike mountain. That person is the young man who is cultivating in the mountain. Is there really a past life? Xian Yuangu stood there quietly, letting the wind blow on her face. She stretched out her small hand, wanting to catch the snow in the sky, because the snow might be the proof. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain. He could not help but be stunned. Xian Yuangu, under the ancient tree, was extremely beautiful at this moment. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her lively facial features had a happy smile. Although Xian Yuangu was not the most beautiful, she was petite and cute. She gave off a completely different temperament, just like the girl next door. How is it? Did you see the past life? Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain and suddenly smiled. I saw it. I didn't expect the story to be true. Xian Yuangu curled her lips and said. Then let's go. I have achieved my goal. Lin Ling shrugged, but after taking a few steps, he found that Xian Yuangu did not leave. This made him suspicious. I also saw that young man. In fact, he did not do anything wrong. Unfortunately, he made the other party wait for too long. Xian Yuangu stood under the ancient tree and looked at Lin Ling. I know, because I also saw it. Moreover, I know even more about that young man's background. Lin Ling smiled and said. That young man was the Realm Lord. He did not know the meaning of Xian Yuangu's words. That him was actually Lin Ling. After thousands of reincarnations, they were reunited again. This promise could not be false. Oh right, you won the martial arts competition. You have to marry me. Do you have this plan? Xian Yuangu sniffed and suddenly said. Lin Ling was stunned. Xian Yuangu did not take the martial arts competition seriously. Why did she take it seriously now? He smiled and shook his head. Of course not, because I already have a wife. Oh. Xian Yuangu nodded with some disappointment, but soon smiled. Then do you believe in previous lives? So. Lin Ling shook his head. He could not help but think of the other world before he came here. He smiled and said, you used to be like a little witch. When did you become so sentimental? No, I was just teasing you. Huh, fool, why don't you take a look at yourself? I am now the daughter of the great demon king of the East. I can do whatever I want in the demon area. Other people want to marry me, but I don't want them. So do you think I like you? Xian Yuangu smiled and said. I knew you were up to no good. Since you don't plan to leave, then I will leave first. Anyway, you won't be in any danger in the demon area. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. Thank you for your help. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Xian Yuangu's eyes moistened as she looked at Lin Ling's free and easy departure. It was as if she saw the young man leave 10,000 years ago. She subconsciously said, get lost. Just like last time, I will give you another song. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. His eyes suddenly flashed, but he continued to move forward. Currently, he was going to seal the barrier and obtain more merit points. He was not as free as Xian Yuangu. If only time froze when we first met. However, Lin Ling still remembered all the scenes when he met Xian Yuangu. Under the ancient tree, a beautiful song was floating, as if it was sending the warrior away. Snow was falling, blowing the long hair of the girl under the tree. Destined marriage, you entered the cycle of reincarnation for me. Unfortunately, you don't know that you are him now. However, I will wait for you, just like in the previous life. But this time, I hope you won't make me wait too long. Chapter 1675. The Deacon Palace of the human world had a bet. At that moment, Lin Ling was leaving the dreamlike mountain, but he wasn't calm. It seemed like there were some things he hadn't done, but when he thought about it, he didn't know what they were. This time, not only had he found all the sealed enchantments of the true martial world, but his soul had also increased, reaching level 145. He had also learned a soul skill, Maple Snow Blade. Apart from becoming stronger, Lin Ling also knew that the World Lord had made a promise when he was young, but he hadn't fulfilled it. After becoming the World Lord, even though he was strong enough to control everything, he couldn't bring back what he had lost. If that had happened to Lin Ling, he was sure that he wouldn't have missed it. When he was young, he would have taken the girl away. Unfortunately, I'm not the World Lord. Lin Ling shook his head and continued on his journey. At that moment, in the true martial world, a large number of celestial emperors were sealing enchantments. Each time they sealed an enchantment, those celestial emperors were extremely excited because those enchantments were worth points. Besides, the three legends of the human world were also competing with each other to see who could seal more enchantments. As time passed, many sealed enchantments were found and sealed. The extremely strong celestial emperors formed teams to seal the enchantments. At that moment, in the Deacon Palace of the human world, a large number of people had gathered. If one looked carefully, one would see that those people were strong enough to shake the entire human world. They were looking at a map floating in the air. The map was blurry, but from time to time, lights were flashing. "So far, we've sealed 10,000 enchantments," said an ancestor indifferently while staring at the map. "Those lights were sealed enchantments. I think 80% of them were sealed by our Yungu celestial stage," said a middle-aged man with an indifferent smile. Everyone in the palace was stunned. Currently, nobody knew who had sealed the enchantment and why that person was so confident. "Master Tian, maybe only 50% of your Yungu celestial stage is sealed. The rest is sealed by Champion University," said a tall and sturdy man coldly. His chi was monstrous, nobody dared underestimate him. "Hee, I sealed half of Yungu's celestial layer, the rest is sealed by Champion University. You think the 7 Emperor celestial layers don't exist? They should have at least 10%. The sage-like middle-aged man said again. 10%? Last year, there were 100,000 sealing barriers, but they only sealed 10%. Now, there are 10,000 sealing barriers, and they want to take 10%? The tall and sturdy man who looked like a battle king laughed. The people around couldn't help but laugh, but they didn't dare to say anything. It was obvious that the person who spoke before was extremely powerful, and they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Among the surrounding people, there were the 3 Shi clans, the Xianyuan family, the Ji family, and other powerful forces. "Old Jean, Lord Sky, the seal isn't over yet. It's still too early to confirm everything." On the other side, 7 people were sitting together. An old man with a fishing net on his back said indifferently. He was Emperor Li Shou of the 7 emperors. "Hee, old fish, you still don't want to admit defeat. How about we make a bet? If you manage to seal 20,000 enchantments, my sword will be yours," said the middle-aged man from the Celestial Wind Palace smiling. He stared at the old man's fishing rod and said, "I've heard that the world fishing rod can catch fish from all over the world. If you lose, the rod will be mine, what do you think?" "His Excellency the Sky King, he's using the execution god's sword as a bet?" Many people were staring at the middle-aged man's sword. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Sky King of Yungu's celestial layer was really heroic. Then, they looked at Emperor Li Shou and smiled. Would the 7 emperors dare to make a bet? "Old fish, accept his challenge." "I'll add a bet, the Universal Chess Playbook." At this moment, among the 7 emperors, a scholarly middle-aged man laughed. It was none other than Emperor Yu. The other 7 emperors also spoke, taking out their treasures. As one of the 3 emperors of the celestial layer, they naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. If news of them being suppressed by 2 other mythical characters were to spread out, the other celestial emperors and Xian Di would definitely mock them. Not only that, the Xianping province would also lose face. Even the Universal Chess Playbook has been taken out. In that case, my Yungu's celestial layer wouldn't lose face anymore. I'll take out the fruit of 10,000 origins. A gentle voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes over. The speaker was a woman about 30+ years of age. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a noble and dignified aura. Naturally, her identity was also extremely terrifying. She was none other than the strongest existence in Yungu's celestial layer, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Behind her, there were a few people. Among them were none other than Yu and Inuer. Fruit of 10,000 origins, according to legends, it can increase all sorts of attributes. How generous! Many people were astonished. They couldn't participate in such a battle, they could only watch. Champion University will also participate. Let's go. On the other side of Champion University, a woman wearing golden armor smiled indifferently. She was one of the 2 champions of Champion University, and the strongest cultivator there. Boom! The crowd's hearts were pounding. The three great emperors of the human world were going to compete. That battle was about sealing the boundaries of the world. Whoever sealed the most boundaries would gain a lot of face. They might even obtain the most precious treasures. Yungu's celestial layer has always been the first. They know many sealing boundaries. 500 years ago, Champion University had been the first, but the Seven Emperors world had never been the first. Because of that, in the human world, many people laugh at the Seven Emperors world. They say that the Seven Emperors world has an undeserved reputation. They don't do anything to contribute to the human world. Let's go. This time, the Seven Emperors world won't admit defeat. They're so confident. Could it be because of the celestial emperor of the Ji clan? A commotion broke out among the crowd. Naturally, the titled celestial emperors were also betting among themselves. Lu Susu and the other experts who had been waiting outside the teleportation portal were now at each other's throats. I'm telling you, this time, Yungu's celestial altar wants all the sealed deployment spells. With Xian Yuanjiu Tian here, we're definitely going to win. Your celestial emperors won't get a single point. Bullshit. We have 3 celestial emperors from the Shi clans, especially Luohan's celestial emperor. He'll definitely lead everybody and finish first. Let's wait and see. The Xian Di world's cultivators didn't want to admit defeat. The peerless celestial emperors of the Seven Emperors world frowned. The celestial emperors of the Seven Emperors world were led by a celestial emperor from the Ji clan. He was very strong, and he had the most celestial emperors with him. The most important thing was that he knew many sealing boundaries. They hoped he wouldn't lose face. Chapter 1676. Lin Ling, come out. At this moment, there were more and more battles in the true martial world. If one wanted to seal the barrier, they would have to fight with the devil race. Because many of the sealing barriers were guarded by the devil race, and the devil race had also sensed the invasion of the human race. Therefore, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, which made the sealing barrier even more difficult. In the entire true martial world, a large number of small teams were moving forward in the east, south, west, and north in search of the sealing enchantment. He hasn't come out yet. Will Lin Ling be okay? I don't think so. If something really happened, the 9th Commandery Princess would have killed Lin Ling. I'm getting a little anxious. So much time has passed and we haven't even sealed a single barrier. If this continues, we won't be able to obtain any merit points. Moreover, the 7 emperors have already issued an order. We must not lose face in this mission. Outside Dreamlike City, under a rather remote city wall, several figures had transformed into demons and were conversing in low voices. They were the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others. They were obviously waiting for Lin Ling. Moreover, 4 people had joined them. They were Celestial Emperor Qin Yun, Celestial Emperor Songmu, Celestial Emperor North Sea and a man named Celestial Emperor Lei Dong. They had formed their own team. While they were waiting, the heavenly emperors who were passing by couldn't help but laugh. These heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors world were really stupid. They were actually blindly waiting there. Could it be that they had come to the true martial world to play? Unhindered heavenly emperor, how many enchantments have you sealed? A powerful heavenly emperor recognized unhindered heavenly emperor and immediately laughed. His tone was filled with schadenfreude. You don't have to worry. Unhindered heavenly emperor said with a cold face. They did not seal a single barrier. Very unlucky. Currently, we have sealed 10 enchantments. You guys can slowly play there. The merit points belong to us. The heavenly emperors laughed and then disappeared into the distance. A petty person who gained power for a moment. The space-time heavenly emperor gritted his teeth as he watched the heavenly emperors leave smugly. He was clearly enraged. Don't worry, there are more than 100,000 sealing barriers. 10 barriers are nothing. The unhindered Sky Emperor comforted, but his right hand quietly clenched into a fist, clearly unwilling to give up. I'm not waiting anymore. If I wait for that guy, I won't be able to get a single merit point. Furthermore, I promised Lady Lu Susu that I would bring glory to the 7 emperors, so I can't just sit here and do nothing. Suddenly, one of them said with a frown. North Sea Celestial Emperor, how many barriers do you think you can seal if you leave the team? Even if you're lucky enough to find the enchantment, can you face the demons alone? The North Sea Celestial Emperor frowned. Indeed, it was difficult to face the demons alone. But what's the point of waiting here? Could it be that Lin Ling will be able to seal even more if we wait? Lin Ling is weaker than us. He can't change anything. The North Sea Celestial Emperor was still stubbornly trying to leave. I agree with the North Sea Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling is only a Silver Celestial Emperor, and we are all Gold Celestial Emperor. The North Sea Celestial Emperor is even a Diamond Celestial Emperor. Why should we wait for that trash? The Thunder Celestial Emperor snorted coldly. Watch your words. Lin Ling is on our side now. The Spacetime Celestial Emperor frowned and said, but he didn't say anything else. In fact, they were waiting here because they were worried about Lin Ling. It wasn't because their team would be stronger with Lin Ling around. In front of experts like us, trash is trash. Why can't you say it? The Thunder Celestial Emperor didn't give face at all and snorted coldly again. But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out, if they want to leave, then let them leave. The more people there are, the more merit points we will need to share. The voice came from behind them, causing them to look over. They saw a blue-robed man walking over the city walls. His steps were steady and calm. There was a single horn on his forehead, and he gave off the feeling of a great demon king. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Seeing this, the 9 spirits of heaven, Bai Yun Tiandi, and the others laughed. You brat, you finally came out. You made us worried to death. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor also let out a light breath. Greetings to Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, Azure Cloud Heavenly Emperor, and Pinewood Heavenly Emperor. Lin Ling walked up to them and bowed politely. You're Lin Ling? The man called Lei Dong Sky Emperor sized up Lin Ling from head to toe, and then laughed disdainfully. This person was around 40 years old, had a beard on his face, his eyes were not big, and he had a horse face, but on the side of the 7 emperors, his reputation was not weak, and he was one of the best among the gold-level heavenly emperors. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at him from the corner of his eyes. That indifferent look made Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils constrict. What an arrogant junior. You can leave, but the sealing of the enchantments is none of your business. I can also tell you that for the next 100,000 enchantments, we will seal at least 50,000. Lin Ling said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of all the experts trembled fiercely. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? Lei Dong Sky Emperor was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. With just a few of them, they wanted to seal 50,000 enchantments? This was simply a fool's dream. 50,000 enchantments, even the heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven would not be able to seal that many. Therefore, not to mention him, even the unhindered heavenly emperor and the 9 spirits of heaven thought that Lin Ling seemed to be bragging. If you don't believe me, you can leave by yourself. Lin Ling smiled calmly, looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor and said again, since we have already wasted a lot of time, we should also take action next, and we can just form a team. However, there must be a leader in the team, so I think we need to choose a leader. You can't be talking about you, right? Seeing Lin Ling being so arrogant, bragging first, and then thinking of himself as the boss, Lei Dong Sky Emperor couldn't help but laugh. At least it's not you. Lin Ling glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said again, but I think I am indeed suitable to be the leader of this team. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling really dared to say that. This guy. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor looked at each other and smiled bitterly. One had to know that most of the people here were stronger than Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have to be the leader? However, because they were friends, they couldn't refute Lin Ling. On the other hand, the North Sea Heavenly Emperor and Lei Dong Sky Emperor didn't have such concerns. They laughed loudly, especially the Lei Dong Sky Emperor, who laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. A junior in the sixth heaven of the Saint Realm wanted to be the leader and lead everyone? He couldn't see through himself. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by their mockery. The reason he proposed the position of leader was because he knew that there were too many experts in the team, and they were all arrogant. Therefore, if he led a few people to seal the enchantments and none of them followed his orders, then the team would be like a plate of loose sand. Therefore, he wanted to be the leader. His goal was simple, and that was to obtain more merit points. Chapter 1677. The goal was to seal 50,000 enchantments. I'm in. The 9 spirits of heaven had no objection, and so did Bai Yun Tiendi. Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so they did not refuse. Among them, Sky Emperor Qin Yun said, "Are you sure you can lead us better?" "Yes, as long as you join the team. A conservative estimate is to seal 50,000 enchantments." Lin Ling said word by word with strong confidence. "Okay, I, Sky Emperor Qin Yun, will be under your command." "Yes. Same for me, Sky Emperor Qing Mu." "Crazy. In the past, I was your protector, supporting you, but today, I believe that you, Lin Ling, will not let me down. I, Unhindered Sky Emperor, will join." "Yes." Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded. They believed in Lin Ling's character, because although Lin Ling was crazy, most of them were crazy with strength. The most important thing was that the enchantments on the surface of the true martial world were sealed by others. They could only find the enchantments hidden in the dark, and they had no clue about the enchantments hidden in the dark. They could only wait for Lin Ling to create a miracle. And the fact was that Lin Ling had indeed created miracles time and time again. What a bunch of lunatics. I'm not going to be crazy with you. North Sea Sky Emperor, I'm leaving, do you want to join me? Yes. Let's go, Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so exaggerated. Yes. North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor smiled disdainfully and turned to leave. Lin Ling ignored them. It was normal that they did not believe in him. He looked at the city wall behind him and said indifferently, "Actually, there is an enchantment behind you." "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. Under the broken bricks, the ancient stone array also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fortunately, there were not many demon paths here, otherwise, it would have caused a sensation. However, at this moment, Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were shocked. The North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor stopped, and their pupils trembled fiercely. There was an enchantment behind them, and they were completely unaware. Everyone stared at the stone array, and their breathing became heavy. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor did not wait for the others to agree. He took a step forward and released lightning, melting the surrounding city stones. Then, he took out his jade tablet and touched the stone array. Seeing the blue light of the stone array, he let out a sigh of relief and laughed. He had sealed a barrier and received 100 merit points. This guy is so fast. The North Sea Celestial the Arch cursed inwardly, his eyes filled with jealousy. The others were also more or less envious, because 100 merit points were in their hands just like that. Why are you so excited? It's just a sealing barrier. Look at you, do you look like a celestial emperor? Lin Ling looked disdainfully at Lei Dong Heaven Emperor and reprimanded him. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor felt a little embarrassed. His previous actions were indeed unsightly. Let's go. The sealing barrier was snatched by some shameless people, but no matter, there are still many sealing barriers. Our goal is 50,000 merit points. However, although Lin Ling reprimanded him, he obviously did not care. He led the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others forward. The unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were excited, and suddenly, they trusted Lin Ling even more. The North Sea Celestial Arch and Lei Dong Heaven Emperor were stunned. If Lin Ling was bragging, then Lin Ling had indeed done what he said. In a short period of time, he found a sealing barrier. Most importantly, the sealing barrier was right behind them, but they did not notice it at all. This meant that Lin Ling might indeed have some ability. If they missed this opportunity, they would definitely regret it. Wait, Lin Ling, I'm in. Me too. The two of them chased after him. You're not going? Lin Ling continued to walk forward without even looking at them. The two of them laughed and rubbed their hands, feeling a little awkward for a moment. Call me boss, and then join the team. Lin Ling did not mind their previous words. Because they were going to do something big, they were short of people. Can we really seal 50,000 merit points? The North Sea Celestial Thearch's heart beat violently, and he looked forward to it even more. He did not expect this little guy to be so capable. Don't worry, follow me, and you will definitely eat meat. Lin Ling said confidently. He went to Dreamlike Mountain, and now he knew the sealing barriers of the entire true martial realm. Moreover, he was not interested in individual sealing barriers. He was interested in the formation of barriers. In his mind, memories surfaced. Lin Ling led a few people forward. They left the bustling city and came to a mountain range. Demonic chi billowed as if there were many powerful demons hidden here. The territory of the demonic lightning bat dragon has existed since 10,000 years ago. This demon is not under any command, and is cruel and ruthless. The mountains behind their tribe have a large number of sealing barriers. After a long time, on a cliff, Lin Ling and the others stopped. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said. There was a vast grassland, and there was an isolated mountain. The rocks of the mountain were terrifying, and no one dared to approach it easily. However, Lin Ling knew that there were a large number of sealing barriers in the mountain, and there was a small path leading to the mountain. How many barriers are there? Lei Dong Sky Emperor asked curiously. Lin Ling stretched out 5 fingers, causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's expression to change drastically. Then, he laughed excitedly. 5, that's great. You are also a gold-level Sky Emperor, right? 5. Your appetite is so small. Do you think that with so many of us here, 5 barriers are enough for us? Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him, causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils to constrict. Could it be 50? Put on. The hearts of unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were beating violently. 50, they were rich, absolutely rich. One must know that if they could seal 5 of them, then this trip to the true martial world would not be in vain. So 50, it was hard to imagine. It's 5,000. However, Lin Ling faintly spat out a sentence, causing everyone to stop breathing. 5,000 sealing barriers. Dang dang dang. Lei Dong Sky Emperor's footsteps were unstable, and he kept retreating. His face turned pale with surprise. That's a sealing barrier array. Lin Ling looked at him and smiled slightly. We're rich, a barrier reward of 100 merit points, 5,000, TSK. Unhindered Sky Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. With these 5,000 sealing barriers, then the 7 Emperor's children of heaven, they would definitely be the first. Boss, you're my boss, there's nothing to say. 5,000 sealing barriers, you can have as many as you want. As long as you give me 100, I'll be satisfied. Lei Dong Sky Emperor hurriedly ran over and looked respectfully at Lin Ling. That appearance made the 9 spirits of heaven squint their eyes. What a thick-skinned Sky Emperor powerhouse, this degree of change in face, it was impossible to not be convinced. No need, let's divide it fairly, because that's only a fraction, our goal is 50,000. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, causing everyone's expectations to be even stronger. If they followed Lin Ling, would they be able to create the first miracle of the 7 emperors, suppressing the 2 legends? Chapter 1678. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor, go to the foot of the mountain with Qing Yun Heaven Emperor. Be sure to kill the devil race. What? Just the 2 of us? Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's pupils constricted. One must know that in Jinwu world, they could not recover their strength. Therefore, he did not dare to kill the devil race with just the 2 of them. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor, don't talk nonsense. Listen to Lin Ling. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor reprimanded. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor was still dissatisfied, but he did not speak anymore. The 2 of you, go back to the prairie in half an hour. Remember, don't retreat before the time is up. Kill as many devil race as you see. Even if your bones are broken, you must hold on. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's face changed drastically. Was this courting death? Unhindered Heaven Emperor, Space-Time Heaven Emperor, Baiyun Tiandi, Pinewood Heaven Emperor, you all wait in the prairie. If the devil race appears, you must help Lei Dong Heaven Emperor and the others. As for the leader of the devil race, it will depend on North Sea Heaven Emperor. North Sea Heaven Emperor, you are the strongest. You must kill the leader. As long as you kill the leader, we can enter the mountain. Lin Ling's mind spun quickly, and then he told him his plan. All right. Everyone nodded. If they were in the outside world, each of them could shake heaven and earth. But here, they all listened to Lin Ling's orders. What about you? Lei Dong Heaven Emperor suddenly said. I will guard the base camp at the back and look at the overall situation. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's pupils constricted. He naturally did not believe it. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid of death and wanted them to be cannon fodder. But now that he had asked for help from Lin Ling, he could only endure it. Go. Lin Ling waved his hand. Everyone did not stop and rushed forward. Boss, what about me? Only the 9 spirits of heaven was left on the cliff. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling and asked. Stay here and protect me. Don't let anyone get close to me. Lin Ling said to him with a smile, making the 9 spirits of heaven immediately pat their chests and stand guard in all directions. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's expression was slightly grave. The Eye of Time appeared, surveying the entire battle situation. He was very clear that this was the first battle, and he had to achieve a great victory. Otherwise, the morale of the army would be shaken, and those celestial emperors would also doubt him. In the sky ahead, demonic clouds surged. On the prairie, unique poisonous grasses swayed, and unknown demonic beasts roared. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow past, and the smell of blood was extremely thick. The devil domain was very big, and the true martial world was only one of them. It was also known as the Gate of the Devil Domain, just like the Yellow Spring Mountain of the Devil Domain. Only by going deeper into the Devil Domain would they be able to encounter even more terrifying Devil Clan. But even so, the true martial world still made the heavenly emperors cautious. Whoosh! 2 figures flew into the sky. In the next moment, the battle below the ancient mountain began. There are humans? Kill! The demonic lightning bat dragon clan was an extremely ferocious clan. After discovering the 2 of them, they immediately transformed into huge demonic bats, spreading their wings, and dense demonic lightning bloomed. Lin Ling's actions have caused us to die. Lei Dong stared at the devil clan that filled the sky, and his expression changed drastically. If it was in the human world, he would not be afraid of these devil clan, but here, the consumed spirit energy could not be recovered. If the battle dragged on, he would undoubtedly die. Don't think too much, kill. Qing Yun Heavenly Emperor shouted coldly. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory, and the void fluctuated. Pop pop pop. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two heavenly emperors shook the entire demonic lightning bat dragon clan. In the prairie, the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others, who were lying in ambush, had a drastic change in expression. What a fierce battle! They hoped that Lei Dong heavenly emperor and the others could hold on. Time passed bit by bit. Lei Dong heavenly emperor and Qin Yun heavenly emperor consumed more and more spirit energy, and Lei Dong heavenly emperor's eyes turned red, as if he had gone crazy, causing the entire land to be filled with the corpses of the demonic lightning bat dragon clan. This idiot. Far away, Lin Ling's soul force was so strong, and with the eye of time, he naturally saw the scene. Now, the time had come. According to the agreement, Lei Dong heavenly emperor had to retreat, but he was in a killing frenzy. Get back here immediately. Go. Lin Ling shouted angrily. His soul force turned into a small knife, and like thunder, it appeared in Lei Dong heavenly emperor's mind, waking him up a little. He quickly retreated with Qin Yun heavenly emperor. His heart was beating violently. If it were not for Lin Ling's reminder, he was afraid that he would have fallen there. Which junior dares to come to the land of my demonic lightning bat dragon? Little ones, kill. Go. At this time, the ancient giant mountain shook, and a giant bat flew out. Its cold teeth were shining, and it had a human-like face. This was obviously the demonic lightning bat dragon king. In fact, it had been paying attention to the battle before. When it saw that there were only 2 humans in the end, and they were beginning to tire, it decided to kill. Because it was the easiest time to kill the 2 humans now. I heard that the humans entered the true martial world and wanted to seal the enchantment. However, the humans who came here are very stupid. Do they want to seal the enchantment with just 2 people? Swoosh. 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 Under the leadership of the demonic lightning bat dragon king, the demon race moved out. Lei Dong heavenly emperor's face became paler. If he did not escape quickly, he was afraid that he would have died. The 2 of them used all their strength to escape. Gradually, they arrived at the Great Prairie. Almost at the same time, powerful auras burst out from the Great Prairie. The unhindered heavenly emperor, the space-time heavenly emperor, and the other experts had all come out. Lei Dong heavenly emperor was touched when he saw them. When he was in a life and death situation, his comrades came out. We fell into a trap. Damn. The demonic lightning bat dragon king sensed the change, and its face became ferocious. What a cunning plan, to lure them out and then kill them. It looked at those heavenly emperors and knew that those who were lying in ambush here were not weak. The most important thing was that they were in their peak condition, and it would be difficult to fight them. You tempted us, and we will kill you no matter what. The demonic lightning bat dragon king stared at Lei Dong heavenly emperor in anger. Even if he was tricked, he would still kill him. Lei Dong heavenly emperor's face changed dramatically. He did not expect the other party to hate him so much. He wanted to retreat immediately, but the demonic lightning bat dragon king was too close to him. Most importantly, the North Sea heavenly emperor could not save him in time. Die for me. A pair of giant bat wings appeared. With a sweep of its wings, it swept towards Lei Dong heaven emperor. Lei Dong heaven emperor gritted his teeth. With the amount of strength he had expended, he was no match for the demonic lightning bat dragon king. Therefore, time was of the essence. A breath could decide his fate. It seems that I am going to die here. Die. Lei Dong heavenly emperor's face turned pale. Is this the fate of a cannon fodder? Maple snow depressing blade. Die. However, at this moment, a deadly knife appeared, cutting through the clouds, and attacked the demonic lightning bat dragon king. When the demonic lightning bat dragon king's lightning claws were about to grab Lei Dong heavenly emperor, it hit him hard, and made his body fall back and his soul become unstable. Chapter 1679. Overbearing snatched suddenly, he looked at the cliff in the distance, and his pupils suddenly trembled fiercely. There stood a blue-robed youth. At this moment, he was like an emperor, controlling the entire world as he looked at the prairie. Obviously, it was Lin Ling who saved him. I wronged him, I'm sorry. Sorry. Lei Dong Sky Emperor had always thought that Lin Ling was a fisherman enjoying the benefits, but he didn't expect that Lin Ling's responsibility was even heavier than theirs, because he was in control of the entire situation. Most importantly, Lin Ling didn't actually have to make a move. After he died, there would be one less person to share the spoils of war. However, Lin Ling still made a move because he regarded him as a comrade. Lei Dong Sky Emperor's blood boiled, and his eyes were moist. At this moment, he was willing to treat Lin Ling as his leader. With Lin Ling's crucial attack, it was enough to make the North Sea Celestial Emperor pounce over. Then, the two kings began to fight. The impact was earth-shattering. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled slightly. He could see that the North Sea Celestial Emperor could win. In that case, the first battle was a victory. In fact, if Lin Ling let all the Celestial Emperors move out, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out the demonic lightning bat dragon clan. It would just take more time, and most importantly, it would consume a lot of the Celestial Emperor's spiritual energy. This was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. In the true martial realm, the most important thing was not strength, but how to preserve strength. Because no matter how strong the cultivation realm was, if it was used up, then it would be like an ant. Bang bang bang. At this time, behind the cliff, there was a sudden rumbling sound. Then, a figure smashed over and fell not far from Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to recover his mind. Looking over, his face suddenly became ugly. Because the one who smashed on the ground was actually the 9 spirits of heaven. Obviously, someone had attacked him. It's just a silver-ranked heavenly emperor, but he's actually so difficult to deal with. He needs the 5 of us to take action to defeat him. How embarrassing. A moment later, 5 figures stepped forward and appeared in front of Lin Ling. These people's cultivation was not low. 3 of them were at the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, while the other 2 were at the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, on the surface, they looked travel-worn. It was obvious that they had gone through many battles in the demon territory and had yet to recover their world chi. Most importantly, Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was shockingly Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu also saw Lin Ling and could not help being somewhat surprised. I said before, don't let me run into you again. In the end, you ran into me again here. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu knows them? Could he be the Celestial Emperor of the 7 Emperors Heaven? But he doesn't look familiar. One of them also looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but laugh. Don't blame us. This guy didn't allow us to get close. It's too much. As Heavenly Emperors of the 7 Emperors Heaven, we should be united and not have scruples about each other. His words were obviously referring to the 9 spirits of heaven. Because the 9 spirits of heaven did not allow them to get close, it led to a battle. Nonsense, you didn't give me any leeway at all. That's overbearing. On the ground, the 9 spirits of heaven spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling slowly pulled him up and looked indifferently at the 5 people. Alright, it's a misunderstanding. What are you doing here? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's eyes flickered as he said indifferently. Looking for the sealed barrier. Lin Ling also looked at the other party and said softly. He wanted to see what tricks these people were playing. His words made Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the others' eyes light up. One of them smiled and said, is it a sealed barrier? Or an unsealed enchantment? Tell me, how many barriers have you all sealed currently? Relax, we're all Heavenly Emperors under the 7 Emperors Heavens. We naturally have to fight for the glory of the 7 Emperors Heavens. The more you all seal, the happier we'll be for you. Another person also opened his mouth, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not sealed yet. Lin Ling said directly, making the eyes of those heavenly emperor powerhouses flicker. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling opened his mouth and said, "Then how many barriers have you all sealed?" "We've currently sealed over 20. But compared to this, those unsealed barriers of yours are more important. Do you need help? As long as you tell us the location, then we'll assist you. After all, you and I are both disciples under the 7 Emperors' heavens. It's the same whoever seals." Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said with a smile, as if shaking hands with Lin Ling and making peace. "No need, we can handle it ourselves." Lin Ling shook his head and refused, making Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's brows furrow a little. He smiled again and said, "I wonder how many of those sealed barriers there are." 5,000. Lin Ling said. "What?" The faces of those 5 heavenly emperor powerhouses changed drastically. 5,000? They're rich, absolutely rich. "This junior brother, we've decided to help you because there are 5,000 sealed barriers. The few of you can't handle it." "That's right, you don't have to refuse, and you don't have to thank us either. 5,000 barriers, we want more than 4,000. You all take 100 seals each. Seeing that we're all under the 7 Emperors' heavens, we won't bicker too much with you." Those heavenly emperors chatted with each other, appearing extremely excited. It was as if in their hearts, they had already sealed all the barriers. Xianyuan Jiutian looked at them talking, and his face instantly turned ferocious. What shameless heavenly emperors! At first, they said that they were helping and not sharing the spoils of war. But now, they changed their words and wanted more than 4,000. Moreover, there was no need to thank them. Could it be that they were going to enjoy the benefits while the few of them still had to thank them? Involuntarily, he looked at Lin Ling. But Lin Ling waved his hand at him, then opened his mouth and said, "I said, no need. I said, you must." However, just as Lin Ling's words fell, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu sneered coldly. His words carried a thick majesty, as if Lin Ling could only agree and not refuse. "This junior brother, you better see the reality clearly. How many of us are there and how strong we are? Otherwise, if you die, you can only regret it in hell." One of them said in a strange tone. Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer saint, who gave him the courage to refute them. Another person sighed for Lin Ling's stubbornness, thinking that Lin Ling didn't know what was good for him. "This junior brother, although the sealing barrier is precious, your life is more important. I don't want you to die because of it, you have to think twice. Thank you for the reminder, but since I said no need, then there's no need." Lin Ling's mouth curved into a cold smile. After these people appeared, he knew their evil intentions. "Kill the one called the 9 spirits of heaven, but don't kill this guy because we need to know the location of the sealing barrier through him." Heavenly Emperor Tianyu finally spat out a sentence coldly, then waved his hand, "Go." Shio shio shio. The 4 people didn't hesitate at all. With a sneer, they pounced at Lin Ling. At this moment, the cliff seemed to shatter. Clearly, these people had erupted with their full strength, and it was a fatal blow. "You all, bastards." Seeing these people shamelessly attacking, the 9 spirits of heaven's face changed greatly. These people were too overbearing, immediately killing without a word. Bang bang bang. Chapter 1680. Do you still want my sealing enchantment? Seeing this scene, the 9 spirits of heaven shouted anxiously, "Brother! Brother!" Then, he stared at Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the others with red eyes. If looks could kill, he would kill these overbearing guys at this moment. "I heard that Lin Ling is invincible among silver-level heavenly emperors, but do you think we are silver-level heavenly emperors?" Heavenly Emperor Tianyu sneered. Last time, he was suppressed by Lin Ling because he didn't guard against Lin Ling's soul power. This time, they had more people, and they attacked first. Lin Ling was naturally like an ant. He shouldn't be dead. Go and bring him up, and kill the 9 spirits of heaven. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu waved his hand again. No need, I'll come up myself. Go. However, at this moment, a figure slowly floated up from the bottom of the cliff. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, his long hair and blue robe were fluttering. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Coupled with the blood at the corner of his mouth, it was a shocking scene at this moment. Most importantly, a sword appeared in his hand, with the cry of a phoenix. The body of the sword was golden, lustrous and resplendent, carrying a sharp aura. A surge of fighting intent spread out from Lin Ling's body. It was cold, powerful, and murderous. At this moment, the 4 gold-level heavenly emperors suddenly felt a strong pressure in their hearts. It was as if the person standing above the cliff was not a person, but a sword, a god of death. Huh? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu looked at Lin Ling in surprise. His eyes were a bit strange. Lin Ling still wanted to fight? Go to hell. Lin Ling's figure floated up. His sword was like water, and it was like 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The power of 12 universes shook the void and merged into the sword, forming a sword that was not afraid of heaven and earth. Attack me? Seeing Lin Ling's terrifying sword, one of them's face changed slightly, but soon he sneered. He was not afraid of a silver-level heavenly emperor. Get lost. The heavenly emperor roared angrily. He punched out, and the void exploded. The will of destruction was extremely dense, and it turned into source energy and blasted out. In his heart, the fact that Lin Ling dared to attack him first was an insult to him. Could it be that he was weaker? Therefore, he wanted Lin Ling to recognize himself. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he was facing Lin Ling at his peak. Whoosh! A sword slashed past, the sword light was like a phoenix. That destructive source intent was split into 2, while that heavenly emperor powerhouse's expression changed drastically. He still wanted to say something, but his neck leaked out, and his head fell off just like that. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. What kind of sword was that in Lin Ling's hand? It was actually able to kill a gold-ranked heavenly emperor. Moreover, it was killed in 1 strike. That sword was too sharp. Bastard, kill him. The remaining heavenly emperors were instantly enraged. One of them took a step forward, wanting to release his source energy. However, at this moment, the sword was even faster, like a violent storm, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, ruthlessly slashing through him. In the next moment, blood spurted out like rain. That heavenly emperor's entire body was split into 2, cut in half at the waist. He still maintained his attacking posture, but when he saw his lower body, he immediately let out a scream of fear and died in agony. The remaining 3 heavenly emperors were all stunned. How was this possible? This was impossible. Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer saint. Even if he borrowed the power of the sword, it was impossible for him to kill 2 heavenly emperors in succession. Suddenly, they realized a crucial point. This was because they had fought many battles in the demon domain and had yet to recover their exhausted spiritual energy. Therefore, they were unable to unleash their full strength at the moment. Lin Ling, on the other hand, seemed to be at his peak. Coupled with the treasured sword in his hand, his strength was naturally unafraid of them. Boom! Their hearts roared, and a strong sense of fear rose in them. Lin Ling, what happened before was a misunderstanding. One of the heavenly emperors subconsciously stepped back, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Lin Ling did not speak, his face cold as he raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the heavenly emperor. The thick murderous intent, the domineering aura of the sword, spread out, causing the heavenly emperor's heart to tremble. For the first time, he was actually afraid of a Saint Realm Jr. The sword had not yet been drawn, but the murderous intent already caused his heart to tremble. Every movement seemed to affect his heart. Die! A cold voice spat out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword trembled slightly, and although it seemed slow, it was like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, like dark clouds covering the sky. Kung! The Heavenly Emperor wanted to say something, but before he could, he was instantly killed. Before he died, he never thought that one day, he would die at the hands of an opponent weaker than him. There were only 2 people left, and one of them was Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. At this moment, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He was still at his peak, and he even had a sword in his hand. That sword was very cold, so cold that it penetrated his heart. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have provoked the wrong person. I am from the Ji family, which is as famous as the Supreme Family. It is also one of the highest deacon palaces in the mortal world. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu took a step back and whispered, but he did not notice that when he said this, his heart was trembling. He was obviously afraid. However, his words were extremely sarcastic. Previously, they had treated Lin Ling like an ant and wanted to snatch Lin Ling's sealing enchantment. Moreover, they had not given Lin Ling any choice to refuse and had used their strongest attack. So now, Lin Ling did not need to give them any face. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ling was like a peerless swordsman, cold and murderous. He held his sword and walked forward step by step. Just one sentence was enough to make Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's heart tremble fiercely. Facing Lin Ling's words, he did not dare to refute. Enough. The Ji family is a meritorious servant of the mortal world. Is it someone you can reprimand? The other Heavenly Emperor shouted. The Ji family was one of the 9 deacons of the mortal world. They had supreme authority. Not to mention Lin Ling, even a powerhouse with the title of Xian Di did not dare to blaspheme. Lin Ling, based on what? You seem to have forgotten that your life is still in my hands. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold, but his words caused the Heavenly Emperor's face to stiffen. Yes, his life was still in Lin Ling's hands. What right did he have to refute? Maple Snow Depressing Blade. With a low shout, a terrifying soul force blade shot out, piercing through the world and killing everything. Boom! That Heavenly Emperor powerhouse pointed at Lin Ling and did not say anything. He fell on his back. Lin Ling seemed to be telling him that he should shut up at this moment. Because if he did not shut up, then he would die. Of the 5, only 1 was left. Of the 5, 4 were gold-rank Heavenly Emperors. Their strength was unfathomable. But at this moment, all of them fell here. This kind of change made Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's face turn pale. How could Lin Ling be so strong? He kept retreating, not daring to fight anymore. Stray dog, do you still want my sealing barrier? Chapter 1681. 5,000 sealing enchantments in hand. Lin Ling, we're back. At this time, a large number of figures flew over with smiles on their faces. They were none other than Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, North Sea Heavenly Emperor, it's you guys. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu hurriedly laughed as if he saw his savior. This Lin Ling has no respect for his elders and killed several Heavenly Emperors of the 7 Emperors' heavens. You must kill him. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu quickly ran over and pointed at Lin Ling with a sneer on his face. Lin Ling was very powerful, but could he kill more Heavenly Emperors? He believed that Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others were enough to kill Lin Ling. After saying that, he looked at Lin Ling and sneered, "You're very pitiful. You clearly had a chance to kill me earlier, but you missed it. Now that Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others are here, you're dead for sure. Before you die, you better tell me the sealing enchantments. Of course, if you regret it, I also want to hear it. You're so sure that they'll help you?" Lin Ling slowly kept his sword and said calmly. "I'm a disciple of the Ji family. If they don't help me, could it be that they'll help you?" Heavenly Emperor Tianyu laughed disdainfully. What a joke. One had to know that he was famous in the seven emperors' heavens. Who didn't give him face? Lin Ling was just a fledgling junior. How could these heavenly emperor seniors give him face? The Ji family's disciples seem to be very proud. Then you can see if they'll kill me or you. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. At the same time, he looked at unhindered heavenly emperor and the others. Such a simple answer, do you still need to think about it? Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu was stunned for a moment. Not only was he not worried, he laughed even louder. He didn't think that those powerful heavenly emperors would listen to Lin Ling's orders. However, his laughter was very loud at first, but it gradually became softer and softer. In the end, it almost disappeared without a trace. Because when he looked back, unhindered heavenly emperor and the others were looking at him with eyes full of killing intent. The result was obvious. Between him and Lin Ling, he would die. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu took a step back, his heart filled with fear, shock, and confusion. We don't want to talk too much nonsense. Right now, you only have one ending, and that is death. Before the unhindered Sky Emperor could speak, the thunderclap Sky Emperor took a step forward, as if he wanted to attack immediately. You're crazy. Lei Dong Tian Di, although we're not friends, we've seen each other in the past. Moreover, you should know my background. What is Lin Ling? You're actually helping him. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu could not understand why there would be this kind of treatment no matter what. He roared furiously, could it be that you all are a team? Why don't you kill him? I'll join you. Pa. In the face of his words, all the experts of heaven and earth took a step forward. Their auras were intimidating and oppressive. Their actions represented their choice. He is our leader. Unhindered Sky Emperor finally spat out a sentence. Plop. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu subconsciously sat on the ground. Lin Ling was the leader? These powerful heavenly emperors were stronger than Lin Ling, and there were even diamond-level ones. They recognized Lin Ling as their leader? How could this be? He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Ling, it was a misunderstanding before. We are all heavenly emperors of the seven emperors' heaven. We shouldn't have internal strife. At this point, he finally started to panic. Misunderstanding? The 9 spirits of heaven were injured by you, right? Then, the 4 of them attacked. It was your order, right? These are all misunderstandings. Lin Ling sneered. His words stunned Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu. Kill. Kill. Lin Ling did not speak any more nonsense and waved his hand indifferently. You can die now. Kill. Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong seemed to want to snatch the credit. He released a powerful thunder source and rushed toward Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu. The latter's mouth opened wide, completely not expecting that he would die here today. Furthermore, these heavenly emperors actually dared to offend the Ji family for Lin Ling? If not for being about to die now, he really wanted to ask these heavenly emperors why Lin Ling was the leader. Unfortunately, no one could answer his question, nor did they have time to answer. Bang! Lightning wreaked havoc. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu clearly could not block it at all and was blown to pieces. Courting death. Lin Ling shook his head. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu was simply courting death. Let's go. Go. Following that, Lin Ling brought the few people and headed toward the mountain ahead. At this moment, there were already no fiends in that mountain. Everything was as Lin Ling thought. As long as the demonic lightning bat dragon king was lured out and subsequently obliterated, then the demonic lightning bat dragon clan would retreat and escape without a trace. Under Lin Ling's lead, the few people advanced along the mountain path, all agitated. However, their gazes would subconsciously look at Lin Ling, secretly admiring him. Lin Ling's strength was not considered the strongest among them, but his status was pivotal. For example, they did not know that this place had an enchantment, but Lin Ling knew. Another example, although their strength was stronger than Lin Ling's, at the critical moment, the one who decided victory or defeat was still Lin Ling. Just take Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong previously for example. If not for Lin Ling, he would have long perished at this moment. Lin Ling, how did you defeat Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and the rest of the powerhouses? They are stronger than the 9 moons Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Emperor Unhindered asked curiously. The other Heavenly Emperors also looked at Lin Ling curiously. Because they have already fought many battles, while I maintained my peak condition. Therefore, they are not my match. Lin Ling replied coolly. Everyone's faces changed drastically. So that was the case. Therefore, making you all lure the demonic lightning bat dragon king out previously was to let you all save more spiritual energy. Otherwise, if it was really a head-on clash, even if you all win, then your strength will be greatly reduced. Lin Ling continued. I discovered that you're not old, but you're really very suitable to be our leader. Heavenly Emperor Unhindered said with admiration. His breathing also became heavy. Lin Ling considered more than them. You're right. Although we expended some spiritual energy, we still retained at least 2/3 of our strength. If we encounter the fiend race next, we can still resist. Heavenly Emperor North Sea also admired Lin Ling even more. You have to be careful of the fiend race, but you can't underestimate humans either. Lin Ling nodded and said with a smile, if you all run out of spiritual energy, then I'll take over. At present, I still maintain my peak condition. What? Everyone stopped and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling killed Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and the others without expending any spiritual energy? Previously, I relied on my physical strength and the power of my sword. Lin Ling explained, which shocked Heavenly Emperor Unhindered and the others. It seemed that in the true martial world, physical strength was more important than the power of the Saint Sea. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling also noticed that soul power could be recovered in the true martial world. Although it was slow, it was faster than spiritual energy recovery. After a while, a few people passed through the mountain path, and a canyon appeared in front of them. Looking around, a large number of modeled and ancient stone arrays were located there. 5,000, it's really 5,000. Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong couldn't help but exclaim. The others also opened their mouths wide in excitement. Seal it. Lin Ling smiled. This was the result of the first battle. 5,000 sealing enchantments, if exchanged for merit points, how much would it mean? Chapter 1682. Fight. Everyone started to get busy one after another. Moreover, they had a tacit understanding. They left 1,000 sealing enchantments untouched for Lin Ling to seal, while all of them sealed 4,000. This was because they knew very well that without Lin Ling, they might not even be able to find 100 sealing enchantments. Lin Ling naturally sensed everyone's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, he didn't argue and continued to seal them. At the same time, in the highest Deacon Palace of the human world, the human world's big shots stared at the floating map in front of them. They saw flashing dots appear one after another, representing a large number of barriers being sealed. That's crazy. I'm afraid there's a celestial emperor sealing the enchantments. 5,000 enchantments, TSK. It must be the heavenly emperor of our Yungu immortal plateau. I don't think so. It's probably Tian Di from Champion University. Those experts were all extremely excited and elated as they discussed animatedly. Only the 7 emperors heaven were frowning. Evidently, someone had found the sealing spirit formation. Merely, this sort of thing was very rarely seen in the 7 emperors heaven. Thus, they knew that it was definitely not done by the heavenly emperor of the 7 emperors heaven. Old fish, do you have anything else to say? Sky Lord looked at Emperor Lisho and asked. Currently, there are only 30,000 barriers sealed. It's not the end yet, so it's hard to say. The old man with the fish basket on his back said indifferently. However, even though he said that, he was secretly angry. Hee, you're quite stubborn. All right then, after this is over, let's see if there are 20,000 sealed barriers in the entire Seven Emperors sky. My sword has always been with me. If you can take it, it's yours. The Sky Lord smiled faintly. Someone chimed in, Lord Sky Lord, if you win, you will have the world fishing rod. The Li Shou Emperor's fishing rod can catch anything. When the time comes, you have to catch some fish for us to taste. Emperor Li Shou's under the heavens rod, all of them were extremely tempted. It was also the wager of this bet. You. The old man with the basket on his back looked at the person who had just spoken. He realized it was a champion from Champion University. He grunted coldly and remained silent. Haha. Many masters began to laugh, but on the side of the Seven Emperors' heaven, the seven great emperors' faces were ashen. Don't worry. This time, GFA will definitely not embarrass the Seven Emperors' heavens. He can seal at least 10,000 enchantments. With so many heavenly emperors in the Seven Emperors' heavens, we will definitely be able to complete the remaining 10,000 enchantments. Wushang family's little girl, Wushang, she can seal at least 1,000. The seven emperors chatted with each other. They were still very confident. In truth, they had made a lot of preparations for this sealing barrier. At that moment, in the world of true martial arts, many celestial emperors rose up and became famous. For example, Xian Yuanjiu Tian from Yungu's celestial stage had sealed 10,000 barriers. Champion University wasn't weak either, a female great emperor was leading them, and they had also gained a lot. The leaders or captains of these small teams were all well-known figures among the titled heavenly emperors. They were all very powerful. Because of that, the world of true martial arts was in a chaotic world. Heroes were born in chaotic times. Strong cultivators rose up under great pressure. The world of true martial arts is the Great Eastern Demon King's territory. He doesn't interfere, and the demon army hasn't appeared either. The Great Eastern Demon King is as strong as the seven emperors. We can't imagine what those strong cultivators are thinking. We're just small soldiers. Let's focus on sealing the enchantments. In the mountain range, on the grassland, many small teams were talking. They were high-spirited and full of mettle. They wanted to show off their skills on the most dazzling stage of the human world. Without a doubt, after sealing the enchantments, the entire human world would pay attention to them because they had contributed the most to the human world. They would be treated like heroes. The wind was blowing, and smoke was rolling in the air. At this moment, on top of a sand dune, a large number of figures were staring at a dilapidated ancient city in front of them. Their eyes were burning with passion. Demon-killing city, it was said that there were more than 10,000 sealing enchantments there. However, this city was difficult to attack, because the city lord, Great Demon King Baron Cloud, was a truly powerful demon, a great demon king who killed people like scything flax. His cultivation had already reached the level of Wushang. If an ordinary team dared to approach him, they would be annihilated. Only the teams would cooperate with each other. Great Demon King Baron Cloud, that's someone who even dares to not give face to the Great Eastern Demon King. He is the mortal enemy of humanity and loves to devour human flesh. He is also one of the great demon kings who is most in favor of killing their way into the human world. No wonder he guarded the sealing enchantments to the death. So he had always wanted to enter the human world. This place must be taken down. Many heavenly emperor powerhouses were discussing in the distance. Great Demon King Baron Cloud, get out here. At that moment, at the bottom of the ancient city, a dozen silhouettes appeared. They were all wearing black clothes and their chi was majestic and magnificent. It's the Black Eagle team. The leader is a diamond-level celestial emperor Fei Ying from Champion University. He's the dark horse of the sealed enchantments, said a celestial emperor looking at the group of strong cultivators. This time, many dark horse teams had appeared. They weren't very famous in the human world, but the number of sealed enchantments was unimaginable. Hee hee, brothers, do you see that? There are 3 legends in the human world. Many celestial emperors are watching us. Today, we're famous. In front of the ancient city, a dozen silhouettes wearing black clothes were standing there. The leader of the group was a skinny man who smiled indifferently. He liked being called a dark horse very much. The other teammates also laughed proudly. To be able to become a dark horse, that was not something that anyone could do. Black Eagle team, do you want to attack the city? But I'm also very interested in the sealed enchantments here. At that moment, a large number of strong cultivators appeared. Their chi was monstrous. It was another powerful team. Alright, let's see who can seal them, said Celestial Emperor Fei Ying, smiling coldly. He was extremely confident. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the ancient city opened. Demonic clouds rippled and black flames covered the sky and covered the earth. They turned into a 100-meter-tall black fire giant. It was the great demon King Baron Cloud. Human, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hiss. What surprised the crowd was that the great demon King Baron Cloud seemed to have known that they would come, so he had been waiting for them. It seemed like he wanted to eat human flesh. Evil spirit, hand over the ancient key of the city and I'll spare your life, shouted Celestial Emperor Fei Ying furiously. If they wanted to obtain the 10,000 sealed enchantments, they had to kill the great demon King Baron Cloud first and obtain the key because the sealed enchantments were hidden in another empty space. If you have the ability, come and take them. Fight! 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 The 2 sides clashed. In the ancient city, a large number of devil races also appeared. There was the ugly and short ground rat race that loved to devour human bones. There was also the 3-eyed poison wolf race, and there was even the evil dragon snake race. This kind of devil race loved women. Women who fell into their hands would suffer a fate worse than death. Especially human women, they liked them even more. Chapter 1683. Small Team Alliance, 9 Celestial Emperors, do you want that piece of meat? Yes. In the distance, many people looked at a handsome man. The man was wearing a black cloak, and his long hair was casually scattered. He had a lazy emperor's aura. He was Xianyuan Jiutian. Xianyuan Jiutian's Yang Luo team was one of the most powerful teams in the true martial world. They had gathered a large number of heavenly emperor powerhouses. Moreover, they knew the locations of many sealing barriers. They were the team that everyone was determined to take first place. No need, those 10,000 sealed deployment barriers don't matter. As long as GFA and the Great Empress of Champion University don't move, we won't move either, because our real opponents are those 2 teams. The other teams are just trash. Besides, the real treasures are behind us, said Xianyuan Jiutian. He looked wise and heroic, like an ambitious and ruthless cultivator. The 9 celestial emperors are right. Yes. Some of the other celestial emperors were sitting, some were playing flutes, some were drinking, but they all nodded and agreed. Dragons didn't live with snakes, they wanted to compete against the 2 strongest teams. They didn't care about the other teams at all. Therefore, as long as they could defeat the 2 strongest teams, they would win. After all, they had to preserve their strength, they couldn't fight against anyone they wanted. But what was worth admiring was that their sealed deployment barriers were ranked first in the world of true martial cultivators. The most important thing was that the 10,000 sealed deployment barriers were just appetizers. As far as they knew, Great Demon King Huang Yun had more secrets. On the other side, over 100 people were gathered on the side of a mountain. They were enjoying their tea calmly. The leader of the group was a handsome young man in a white robe. He was GFA, a peerless genius from the G clan. The group he was leading was quite reputable in the true martial realm. There were over 100 experts in the group, and they were all top heaven emperors from the 7 emperors world. But his only opponent was the 9 celestial emperors. Let's not do anything for now. Even if the 10,000 seals were taken by others, they would still be divided. As long as the 9 Sky Emperors team doesn't get it, that's enough. GFA said calmly as he looked into the distance. His voice was calm and filled with indescribable confidence. Yes. Everyone nodded with pride on their faces because they represented the 7 emperors. GFA, why don't we work together? At this moment, someone sent out an invitation and walked down the mountainside. It was a small team from the 7 emperors' heaven. There were 10 people in the team, and all of them were diamond-level heavenly emperors. The leader was a woman with a hot figure and long red hair. Wu Shangying, I'm not interested in working with your team. GFA took a sip of tea and replied calmly. The woman walked over and said with a frown, right now, our 7 emperors' heaven's mission is 20,000 barriers. Your team is the strongest. If you don't take action, how are we going to complete the mission? You're you, I'm me. Don't confuse me with you. Besides, I represent the 7 emperors' heaven. Your team is trash. What gives you the right to represent the 7 emperors' heaven? Besides, my opponents are the 9 celestial emperors' heaven and the strong team from Champion University. Therefore, if they don't attack, we won't attack either. Finally, piss off, said GFA icily. The woman pulled a long face. Piss off because of the supreme celestial emperors. If it were anyone else, we'd have beaten them up, said someone icily. You're going too far. Alright, if you don't want to work with me, I'll find other teams to work with. As long as they're from the 7 emperors' heaven, I'll join the alliance. I, Wu Shangying, will become the strongest team of the 7 emperors' heaven, said the woman frowning. In the world of true martial arts, apart from my team, you think you can find stronger teams? Dream on, said GFA smiling disdainfully. He was still staring at the battlefield. He wanted to see what the 9 celestial emperors' heaven and the other strong teams were going to do. Were they waiting for the secret to appear? Boom boom boom. At that moment, in front of the ancient city, the battle was still ongoing. Staring at the battle, many people's blood boiled. This was the battlefield of martial artists, the heaven and earth battlefield. But sadly, under Great Fiend King Baron Cloud's attack, the Black Hawk squad was completely wiped out. Those heavenly emperor powerhouses all died. Even though dark horses could become famous, it also depended on their strength. They had risen quickly, but they could also fall quickly. The most important thing was that they had already fought so many battles. They weren't at their best, so they couldn't compete with Great Demon King Huang Yun. What a pity, the Black Eagle team had many strong cultivators, but Celestial Emperor Fei Ying made a wrong decision and his team was annihilated. But now that they're annihilated, many dark horses rose up. Look, that's Jiao Xiongdao's team. I've heard that they're affiliated with the 9 Celestial Emperors' Heaven. It seems like the 9 Celestial Emperors' Heaven gave them an order to come and fight. There's also a Black Horse team, Jian Yibu. Look, Jian Yibu is from Champion University, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Many experts stared at the battlefield, feeling more and more excited. Apart from the famous teams, there were also dark horse-like small teams that appeared in an endless stream. It was clear that everyone wanted to swallow the meat of Great Demon King Huang Yun, and after swallowing him in one go, their names would definitely shake the entire world. They would only be below the 3 most powerful teams. At that moment, in the distance, a few people appeared and looked at the battlefield indifferently. How lively, said the leader of the group calmly. He was wearing a blue robe, his hair was tied behind his head. He was handsome and extraordinary. Leader, should we attack? Asked a short young man next to him smiling. The others also looked at the leader of the group. Even though the young man's cultivation level wasn't very high, those people looked at him in awe. There are many powerful celestial emperors watching from the surroundings. They haven't made a move yet. It seems to have formed a kind of pattern of heaven and earth. It should be those powerful teams clashing and competing in secret, the young man in the lead said indifferently. He took a sip of wine, and his eyes were filled with strong confidence. Who cares about them? I think we can't miss the sealed world of the ancient city, said the short young man. Indeed, there are 15,000 sealed worlds, we can't miss them, said the leader of the group, nodding. He turned around and looked at his teammates. His teammates smiled and said, "We'll listen to you." That small team was Lin Ling's team. As they moved forward, they sealed a large number of enchantments. Currently, Lin Ling had sealed more than 2,000 enchantments. If he sealed 2,000 enchantments by himself, it would be even more unimaginable if the others were included. Great Demon King Huang Yun isn't weak. It won't be easy to get the key from him, but we have an advantage. He's exhausted, said Lin Ling indifferently. Even so, the world of true martial has been going on for a long time. Most celestial emperors are exhausted. They haven't recovered their spiritual chi yet. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.